Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 6th KingPuffCup. I am your favorite dipshit. I was going to be joined by Hot Dog, but you know what? I just decided not to bring him. People wanted maximum savagery, and I can't do that if I'm tied down by somebody else. You know what I mean? So I definitely did not bring anybody else. So nobody's going to be here to keep me in check. What was that?
I guess I guess you're wrong about that.
What? Uncle, what are you doing here?
Well, somebody told me that the casters bailed on you, and somehow I had to start casting.
Ah. Fine. FFA doing stuff without me. So we have the 6th KingPuffCup. As you can see, the bracket is on the screen. Um, any insights to what you might think go down with this 2v2 you put together?
I'm expecting a lot of Demon Warrior.
Is that because of
Mostly
Nerf Demon
because
Warrior?
no, it's mostly because that's what I've been seeing on the ladder all week. Um, and I figured a lot of people are probably gonna do it here as well, and then we're gonna see a lot of people beating it because it's pre-made. Um, and that's going to be a lot of fun.
Okay. Um, so our first match will be our team Dova001 up against Terror Brother. That would be on my time. That's 9:22 a.m. Whatever it is for you.
Let's see here. That one wasn't ready.
Wasn't ready. That's the Tribal versus Flux
Yeah,
18.
yeah, I got it here.
Okay, so we'll start in 3, 2, 1.
Give me 1 second.
Yell at me. All right, so
All right.
good. Loaded.
Wait, no, that's not the one. God damn it.
Okay, well, while Uncle figures
Okay,
this out.
I'm ready.
All right, so I'm at negative 03. How about you? Shall I proceed to 0 and make it easy for you?
Yeah. Let's restart in 3, 2, 1. There we go.
Okay. So we've got the Tribal and Sodurum on the left side there. We've got Fox 18 and Cerberus 87 on the right side there. We have a nice split push out of the blue team. It's being countered by our red team using Tranquil, but the Succubus with Bannerman is going to cause the entire red team to be pretty much obliterated here. We have Legionnaires going into the top lane, and we see not the best counter solution with the Plasma Marines and Sniper, but they will answer it if nothing is sent to back it up. We have more snipers coming out.
I see we have a Ratbow here on the left, with 2 Setsus in the game and a Ratbow on one side and a Stormbringer on the other. I'm expecting Sodorum and the Tribal to be a little aggressive here. We're already seeing them taking the bridges and taking an early lead, so that's good for them.
And we have a Cleaver being dropped blind, bottom side. It's going to be countered up pretty easily by all the Swarm, while Shao answers those Stun Lancers from the top lane. But we have a Setsu jump coming in to protect that Cleaver, who's going to contribute his 50 DPS, and the Setsu's just barely going to miss, and we have Rampage coming out to increase that DPS. Unfortunately, being the closest target, he does die.
Yeah, and they jumped Setsu right out while she was targeting the Cleaver, so there was only Stormbringer left to take a Cleaver hit in the face.
Right. And we have a Fire Imp coming out of the Walking Blind Day. He's going to get off some good damage other than... Oh, nope, the Firewall just misses. but they're still able to clean it up pretty quick. So far, we got red looking pretty strong with his bridge control.
Yeah, they're catching up quite a bit.
Oh, we have a living statue going top lane. 1400 health. It's going to take quite a bit to drop. Are we going to see the Troubadour come in behind it? No, we're going to see it drop bottom lane. There's now over 3000 health on the field. That's basically a master.
This double push is going to be pretty difficult to deal with. Unless they can get a Bannerman ball up and going, then they can defend it handily. And
we've got we got a huge push here. The Troubadour is going to go down, but all these tanky minions, Legionnaires, Armored Scrats, they're all still there. The living statue now goes down, but now we have all this DPS on the face. That's around about 100 DPS right there. They're going to take quite a bit of damage with Setsu coming in as well. And there's the Rampage. That DPS just doubled, and that's going to be game.
Stun Lances isn't going to help me, you know. Yeah, that's it.
Alright, so that's 1-0.
That was a really quick game.
Yeah. You expecting to see, well, you didn't say that you're expecting Troubadour, but were you expecting it at all?
Troop, I think he has a larger place in 2v2 here than he usually does. It's easier to build up pushes behind him in 2v2, and you can get away with using these, well, slightly weirder minions because you have an ally to back you up, so you don't get punished if something isn't working right away. I think that opens up for the Troubadour and similar minions to have a bigger place.
Right. And combining it with that living statue, that just seems pretty punishing.
Yeah, the living statue has the advantage of requiring a response since the buff. Now it deals quite a bit of damage, and it has a ton of health, which means you have to put DPS into it to stop it. And this allows the opponent to refocus if they want to do that, or to try and clean up whatever you've built around the living statue.
Right. So let's get into this second round here and see if Dova, not our Dova Nation, but Dova 001 can take this clean sweep of round 1.
Yeah.
That would be 926.
Yep.
3, 2, 1. It looks like we have the same thing out of our blue team, and same thing out of the red team. So it looks like they believe in their deck.
Yeah, I mean, you can't let one match get you down. Now you know what the others are doing, especially for the sake of the red team here. They know that blue is going to be pushing really hard in the beginning, and they can defend this much more easily now by being mana conservative. So the deck should work.
Right.
Although I don't know the deck lists exactly, so it's a bit hard to say.
So we saw Xiaolongs coming out, but no real spells follow up. They seemed a little unprotected. They didn't force a response, if you will. And we have our sniper being dropped to try and clear up all these minions. Should be able to do it just fine.
At least with the Stormbringer support, but he's gonna take, yeah, okay. They managed to take crossbow guild.
Yeah, we have a there's our combo being dropped top all together.
In the same lane. Yeah.
That's going to be really tough to bring down. 3,000 health in a single lane. Okay. And Setsu jumps bottom to clean up the crossbow guild while Repo stays home to clean up the dudes.
Yeah, that's not bad. However, missing Setsu at the top to handle the stun lancers might be a mistake. Although with the Bannerman, the crossbow dudes clean up. So
right.
That's okay.
We have the living statue on face. He's still got plenty of health as Troob is walking in to taunt everything. Oh. And there's the Rampage with the cleaver. That alone right there is 300 DPS. It's going to the face with a healing fireball coming in. There's nothing to stop this. It's over.
Yeah, there's not much to do against that. That was really quick as well.
Yeah. So what I'm seeing...
I guess they weren't prepared.
Very true. But we're seeing a lot of faces to place, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, Rampage has a really large or has a really large following in 1v1, and I think in 2v2 there's a potential for doing some really explosive pushes with Rampage. You set it up this way, you make sure that the enemy can't respond, and then you drop the Rampage, and well, at that point it's the same as 1v1. There's really not much to do. So you got to be prepared for it, especially when you're going into the match, knowing that the opponent has a Rampage and has a Troubadour. And yeah, one thing that I noticed in this game, I mean, it's obviously not symptomatic yet since we've only seen one. The Cleaver was really, really effective here, whereas the Cleaver usually has some trouble in 2v2. I'm excited to see how that does in the next matches.
Yeah, especially with that Rampage and 600 damage burst spikes are really punishing, especially with Troubadour taunting everything around him.
But you shouldn't allow the Cleaver to get to you in that way. I'm going to sound like Habit in this case, but don't let him hit your face, right? You should be feeding him with a ton of small minions, especially in 2v2 where you have more mana and more cards to feed him with.
Right.
But yeah.
You would think it would be easy. I mean, they even had the crossbow guild there, but unfortunately, it was in the wrong lane. And
yeah. That's 6 mana invested in one lane, and in 2v2 you don't get that mana back real quick. Together you have it, but if you misspend the mana, there's a risk that you can't react as fast as you can in 1v1. So.
Yeah. Well, moving into round 2, because we're already through all of round 1, because challenge. We're going to go to what challenge calls round 2, which is Plastic and Tazik up against Slurry and Captain Doge. Of these, I only know Plastic Icon and Tazik. How about, do you know the others?
Slurry, I do know. He's been a fan of ours for a long, long time. He's been giving us great feedback ever since Force 1 and has been excited about every game we've released so far. So I'm expecting him to deliver a lot now.
Okay. Yeah. I know Tazik and Plastic have been... they've always been kind of near the leaderboard. Not necessarily on it, but they've always been really close to it. So this should be at least a strong matchup out of them. So if we want to go ahead and get started, that first match is at the 19-minute mark.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
Wow.
Wow.
Double mortar.
Yeah. Looks like they're taking a page out of your book, except not all the big minions.
This is my favorite. No. They've already failed it, right? They've got the Plasmarines. They have stuff at 3 and 4 mana. That doesn't work. But still, double mortar. That's gonna be great. I'm loving this already.
And we got the KingPuff Volko, arguably the strongest master pair just for their auto attacks, not their perks, but definitely their auto attacks.
Yeah, KingPuff can handle the weakness of Volko completely, and vice versa. So that's a pretty good combo.
And we see Xiaolongs here. We see an Illusory Cleaver, as would be expected out of a Demon Warrior deck. Lots of Skellies on the board. Maybe we'll have a situation like last tournament.
We did see quite a few skeletons in other 2v2 games. I mean, if you have 2 people spamming skeletons, you've got 2 mortars resting them, that's going to be more than Skeleman this time.
Oh yeah. I mean, they provide so much pressure. And the fact that you get 2 more, or in this case, a pair of Succubi, that's going to be really devastating.
The Succubus Undying Skeleton is a good combo as well, because the Undying Skeleton gives enough buffer that she can deal a lot of damage, unless it meets a Cleaver, of course.
I mean, even against a Cleaver, he's going to absorb at least 1 blow.
Yeah, and that gives the Succubus a little time to hit, but then he still killed 9 mana, so it's not really favorable once.
We're seeing a lot of
It's
pressure on our favored here, masters here, just from all these skeletons.
Yeah, as you said, it's really powerful pressure, and it just keeps going. And this has allowed them to take a really handy XP lead here. They're already reaching level 2, and the others are only halfway there. So with the double tombstone on 2 mortars, this is where it peaks, and this is the timing they really want. The level 3 is more of a backup, but they need to keep the pressure up now, because they need to keep the other masters from getting to level 2, and to get them low enough that they can do a final push. Oh, here it comes, maybe.
Oh, double cleaver coming out with all that pressure on the face already, and that's a beam. That is Slurry and Cap and Doge taking the first round from Tazik and Plastic Icon. I'd say they're pretty known players in general, but yeah, like I said, I don't really know these other guys, and they just made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's double mortar. What can I say?
But Mordar's so weak. That's what the community keeps telling me.
See, that's super interesting because, well, one thing is about what he does. He doesn't do well in 1v1, but I found that in 2v2, especially, the having 2 mortar attacks, it still leaves you weaker to big minions, but it completely clears anything small or medium. Well, not really medium, but anything, even 100 health minions are cleared by mortar himself. So you can focus entirely on the pressure and letting him clear it. In this case, they didn't really use the mortar basic attacks that much, but I think it has a lot of value if you're grinding out games on the ladder as well.
Right. And that was always the big weakness of Mordar in 1v1, were those 100 HP minions. They just lasted slightly too long.
I mean, double mortar will still take more than 1,000 damage from a warrior. It's not like they handle it themselves.
Well, that's
but they
350.
Yeah, exactly. But it's still a 3-mana card, right? And they can't defend themselves from these things still. But the range is broadened in 2v2, and the double mortar keeps going. And the bigger part of it is actually that 2v2 often has a tendency to keep pushing and keep going. If you're on the back foot, minions just keep flooding in, depending on how the opponent plays, of course. But mortar just keeps rolling up, and he keeps attacking the minions that come on the board at the same time that he's dealing with the ones already attacking him. With 2 mortars, it's going to mean that anything stepping off the bridges will die very quickly, and that's a really big strength, I think, of doubling him in this case.
Right. So let's see if they stick with it and keep that constant pressure up. We got the 25-minute mark.
Yep.
And 3, 2, 1, go. Yep, we got the double mortar again.
Yeah, same setup on the red side as well.
Yeah, they
seems like people are favoring staying with their decks.
Yeah, I'm not the happiest about that. I think just about everybody does that.
Well, I think in this case, changing the deck to try and fit it with what the opponent is playing, if you've put some thought into your deck, is really risky. You risk changing it based on one data point, which isn't very scientific, if I might say so.
That cleaver did a lot of damage there. That was all that cleaver. He did 1,200 damage by himself, and that's showing that exact weakness that you were just talking about with Mordar.
They had to respond with the ghost turret, and still didn't take him down quickly enough not to take 4 hits. However, the red team did manage, or the blue team did manage to hold the top bridge, and are actually ahead in XP still, because they kept the pressure on the other side at the same time that they were taking the cleaver to the face. I think it was a calculated trade-off in that case.
That was a very good swap to avoid that Prowler. Unfortunately, we still have the Succubus and an Undying coming in. With Chain Lightning's going to clear up the Reboomer that would have answered the Succubus. Unfortunately, the Undying caught up.
Striking the Undying, it's again betting on the Demon Warrior against the pressure deck I think I'd agree with you there. They should have changed that. They can't stick with that because they'll end up being pressured.
Right, but I think they're seeing what I basically see, which is that if they can manage to get their Demon Warrior to even 4 stacks, the match will shift dramatically in their favor.
Mm. Yeah, definitely. And they can put down a tank that handles 2, 3 undying skeletons.
Right, and even soak up that cleaver. And here we have a cleaver and rammer coming into the Tazik and Plastic here.
Behind the resurrected undying.
Right.
That's another cleaver though, so.
That cleaver's going to get rezzed though. So he's going to come in bottom lane now with where there's absolutely nothing to defend against him other than whatever they spawn.
The Undying, they actually, spawning that buff allowed the Undying to get in front and take the King Puff damage now. While the Demon Warriors can take care of the Cleaver, so that's okay.
We're up to 3 stacks here.
Yeah, and we're seeing it kick in, right? She solos a Cleaver and still has half her health left. You can Healing Fireball her and she's just waltzing through the boom.
Unfortunately, we do have a lot of Undyings on the board right now. Both alive and dead.
Top lane is really gonna pressure now. The Ghost Turret does still handle the Demon Warrior, but another stack it probably won't.
Right.
Then you got double mortar.
And they're level 2. They're looking to get their level 3 in a little bit. Meanwhile, we got level 2 just coming out for Volko and KingPuff. And the Bridge Burn is going to help some, but I don't think it's going to be enough as Rammer comes in. Hopefully we've got Demon Warrior ready to go. Because we have so many skeletons coming in. Demon Warrior gets dropped at the bridge.
I think that's a good choice, because the Undying Skeletons don't do anything by themselves. So you don't need to defend them there. You need the Demon Warrior to put the mortars on the back foot here, then put the blue on the back foot.
Oh, they went face. That sets them up for this double beam that's in hand, and there it is. That is game. 800 damage.
They bet on the heal buff. They bet on the heal buff, taking that Jiaolong damage, but they didn't see the double beam coming in. But I mean, Blue hadn't used the beam at all that game, not even on the Demon Warrior. So it was a good surprise to bring out at the end.
Oh yeah, and the beams just in general being strong against the Demon Warrior deck, since that Demon Warrior, she usually, once she hits 5 stacks, it's generally better to just go face. I mean, and the beam allows you to do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Are you
and
excited
until
that
then, you can handle it because
Warrior?
she's. As I said, I was expecting to see a lot of Demon Warrior, but I wasn't expecting it to be very effective versus pre-made matchups. We saw here that the pre-made put on a lot of pressure, and then once it gets to the point where the Demon Warrior might become a problem, just barrel down one lane and decide, okay, let's just go for broke and do the double beam coordination thing, where on ladder you might see your teammate beaming the Demon Warrior instead when that's no use, right?
Right. Even though that's 1600 damage that those double beams can do to Demon Warrior, it's eventually just going to fall off.
Yeah, and it's just not worth it, right? You spend 12 mana to get rid of a 7 mana tank, and it just comes back bigger. So you need to change your strategy at that point. You can't just keep killing the Demon Warrior.
Right. So next up we have this Shiro I keep hearing so much about, up against the Hot Dragons, which is Hot Air, who's recently joined the Discord and has been talking quite a bit. Any insight on that one? I think it's Izatop and Shiro, as he's calling himself for this tournament.
Well, Isotop has been showing a lot of promise recently. He's been doing rather well in the tournaments. Once he started branching out from Rappo as well, and he's been placing well on ladder on the leaderboards. So I'm expecting a lot from him. Hot Air seems to be the rising star, right? So let's see what he brings.
All right, that would be the 33-minute mark. Hot air
Yep.
versus Izatop. All right, 3, 2, 1, yo. So we have our hot air and Voldiv Dragon on the right. We have Izatop and Shiro on the left.
Double mortar again.
Yeah, we have the double mortar, and we have a Guardian this time. So that has the potential to be really devastating.
I see Xiaolong in their hands as well this time. He seems to be pretty popular. I think the chaos of 2v2 allows you to get a little bit extra damage and value out of him.
Yeah, in general, that's what I've really noticed is that Xiaolong isn't actually that powerful. It's more of people are ignoring him.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good fireball.
We have the Reboomer coming in. We have an Annihilator to answer it. That's going to save that cleaver. And we have the Warrior on the face doing what you were talking about before. He's just tearing apart these Mordars.
Answer it. It's more than 1,000 damage. This. Don't do it.
But we have a cleaver on the face with a Guardian soaking up the damage. That's going to do so much more than that Warrior is.
Yeah.
And I don't think Blastmancer's going to help us here, as we have 2 more Guardians walking in. Are they going to get there in time to save this cleaver?
No, they're not.
No, but we might have another cleaver coming in.
Spawning Mantras to defend. That's... What is this? Some kind of health deck?
I don't like the synergy of Blast and Spirit, and we have yet another cleaver on the face with a beam coming in. Second beam coming in. That's 100 health left. That's a fireball, and that's going to be game right there.
And thus, the 2 buffed up snipers do nothing.
Right. That was a lot of pressure out of them cleavers.
I mean, it was a good setup, and they were probably right not to react the way I wanted them to by responding to the Warrior. Setting it up that way, you have Mortar and Stormbringer. There's also very little DPS in those against high health units. So with a Guardian and a Cleaver, you're going to get a lot of damage in. And they recognized that, sent it in down one lane, which is really, really good. And then, of course, responding with Mantras, which have no DPS against this kind of push is just, that's a no-go.
Oh, come on, they have like 12. So are you expecting these both teams to stick with the same decks again? Or do you think these ones are going to swap?
I'm hoping Hot Air and his teammate will change their deck a bit.
All right, let's see what happens. 45 minute.
Yep.
Go. I did that countdown in my head. Good luck.
Yes.
Looks like we got the same deck out of the Shiro top over there. And
yeah, that's what I would expect. You stick with what's comfortable if it's worked really well, because the opponent is rattled. I think you guys have been talking about it in the earlier tournaments as well. The first win really, really matters. We saw it in the previous games. The others couldn't respond well. So I think they're hoping for the same thing here.
And we saw that shock rock for seemingly no reason. It did a little bit of damage, but I don't think that was worth it at all for 250 damage to the face.
I think it was the cycle. They didn't have the right responses on their hand. They wanted the laser turret, because I think they just teched the laser turret in. And
yeah, that might make sense. That laser turret would do a lot of work against the Living Statue, Cleaver, and Guardian. But oh, we have another laser turret. That's double.
So, oh, wow. But I don't like placing the beam on the Annihilator.
Oh no! Unfortunately, the Tombstone kind of messed with the laser turret there, causing the aggro to go towards it. And now we have this Prowler sitting on face with Mordor and Stormbringer trying to defend against it, and I don't think that's enough.
But they are playing Swarmers, and Swarmers are the most DPS effective card in the game. At this low mana, it's amazing at dealing with Living Statue and things hitting your face. So I think that's a good choice in this case. I didn't see it before, but I might have just missed it.
Right. And unlike, too close on the Annihilator play, we have the beam coming in.
Yeah, that's it.
That's 155 health. The next beam will end it. They need to make a lot happen here.
Yeah, but I mean, the others have Fireball and Shotgun, but they're not going to do it until they've cycled.
We have a lot of droids coming in.
Well, they're good value, right?
Oh, there's the beam and Fireball. Got to see a Troubadour at the end.
Oh, maybe they should have spawned that when things were hitting their face. That would have helped a lot.
Oh boy. So we got the boy Shiro taking 2-0 over the dragons there.
Yeah. Well, all I can say is Isotop has done well in the previous tournaments, and now I'm expecting even more from him in this one.
Oh, yeah. Well, moving on, we have we have the competitor, if you will, in what was he calling himself? Gilgamesh, I believe. We'll have Gilgamesh and his teammate, the Cub, up against the team of Jimmy Navio and Edelweiss, also known as the Funky Buckets. Any insight into this one?
Just to be clear, Gilgamesh is a cement cup, right?
Gilgamesh is Mephisto.
What the hell? Okay. Yeah, I hope I got the right replay here. So, I mean, Jimmy Navio has been streaming a lot, and I'm excited to see him join a tournament. I don't think he has before, so that's going to be fun.
Yeah, this would be his first one.
But I think SMN Cup and Mephisto or Gilgamesh or whatever he calls himself, I guess, they're going to be really good. They play a lot, so I think it's going to be an uphill battle for Jimmy Navio, but hopefully he'll surprise us.
Yeah, and just a little bit of backstory, or I guess behind the scenes, whatever you want to call it. Jimmy Navio originally joined up with Chinetz as his partner, and Chinetz didn't show up in time, so he ended up going with Edelweiss at the last moment.
Oh, okay.
So
they probably haven't trained as much as we would have hoped. Well, good luck to them, no matter.
All right, so that's going to bring us to the 28-minute mark.
Yep, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go. Chinetz is in the chat to comfort Jimmy.
And now we're seeing some APEP. That's great.
Yeah, we got APEP on both sides.
Yeah, he has a lot of potential. Starting with the Puff.
It's cheap bridge grab, I guess. We have a lot of Plasma Marines coming in this bottom. Unfortunately, a Shockrock and the Drone Walker are going to clean that up pretty nicely as the Demon Warrior is dropped at the top lane, and we have the race beginning as a Stixie is dropped.
Yeah, okay. The Demon Warrior with the APEP might be better. It's a little easier to get through the pressure phase because you get your shield at level 2 instead of level 3 with the KingPuff. It also gives you a free cycling card.
Reboomers in the Blood Imps. Black Hole's not going to save it, though.
That's going to delay it, and hoping for what? Jesus to come down? He didn't.
And here's that pressure from having a Volko on your side. Just firebolts flying everywhere. And
they're really far
Xiaolong's
behind on
punishing
it.
for those trick swaps.
A good fireball at the top though, but they definitely start on the back foot here.
The board is cleared, and the Demon Warrior deck is actually coming out strong here at the start, as opposed to what we normally see, where they're on the back foot.
Yeah, in this situation, it really shouldn't be happening. There can be a lot of reasons for it, but the Demon Warrior deck shouldn't be dominating the pressure in the early game like this. It's simple math that the Demon Warrior puts you at a mana deficit, so you can't do this kind of pressure. But and then even with the Reboomer fiasco at the bottom, that's really gonna tilt them, I think.
We have the third Demon Warrior in hand, and there it is dropped. And the pressure is officially on, and they kill themselves by trying to place a beam on her.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate, to say the least.
Like you said before, Xiaolong isn't really good by himself, except for the fact that people ignore him and take the damage to the face. In this situation, though, they probably couldn't do much. So going out from a Xiaolong counter or punish, I think that's a fair way to go.
Better than the Demon Warrior, huh?
I'd rather lose to Xiaolong, yeah.
Okay. Next up, we got that 35-minute mark. Let's see if they can control that early game a little better.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Switching to the Setsu. That's interesting. It doesn't help against this kind of swarmy stuff that we see Volko playing here. So... I mean, it helps a bit once she gets level 1. 2, 1. But in the beginning, like, she's not gonna auto-attack her way out of it. She's gonna waste her shots of Blood Imps, and that's it.
That black hole does help the cleaver here, but unfortunately that does give them a lot of time to respond to it. We have the beam coming out to clean it up. Blood Imp's going...
Yeah, it's kind of an even exchange. Yeah, it describes it pretty well. But we got the limb statue at the bottom. That's cool.
Yeah, it's looking like it might go unanswered, at least in the short term. And we have a lot of spells going out, taking a lot of damage from the Xiaolong.
Yeah.
The living statue's
really
going to take all this.
Spell. And Setsu dealing the damage, but she got there too fast. They were just a little off in the timing. Had the living statue been in front, Setsu would have been DPSing more. But,
right.
And then spawning the rammer after they've placed the wall, that's really not a good way to spend your mana.
Yeah, although he can kill the wall fast, there's little point in playing him if you don't have more DPS
he kills the wall
there.
And then you used 4 mana to kill a wall that's gonna kill itself. Congratulations.
Shakrak will clear up that reboomer. That was originally aimed at the succubus, right?
Yeah, I think so. So they both trick swapped and shock rocked. Why not? I think they just wanted to keep the pressure on, keep the bridges. They're getting ahead, but it's not that far. They've definitely dealt with the early game a lot better this time. They're not behind, but at the same time, the third Demon Warrior just died, so let's see where that goes.
We're going to see that fourth one coming out fairly quickly. It's already next card in slot, and we've basically got the mana for it already. We do have a much better looking push now, but it might very well just be too late. As Setsu just gets obliterated.
Up herself, so. And with the wall, yeah, they don't even need to use the snake turtle. So you need, Jimmy and Edelweiss really need to set up a bigger push. I mean, that was a fair push, but they needed it to happen when the opponent has spent their mana. And I don't see that opportunity coming up yet.
Oh my. That looked like a bit of miscommunication there. With that black hole and trick swap being dropped there at the same time.
I thought the point was, yeah.
Now we have the 5th Demon Warrior being dropped with Living Statue coming in. The wall will be ready yet again. It doesn't look like anything's going to come and save this Living Statue, though.
So before Edelweiss and Jim you also had a Demon Warrior. They didn't bet on it this time, which might be why they were handling the early game better. But it's going to be hard for them now because they don't have a late game strategy compared.
Right, and now they're very firmly on the back foot as a healing puff. The healing puff of our blue team is going to try and shore up any of the health that they've lost up to this point. And with how tanky Demon Warrior is, she provides quite the wall to protect any puffs that go down for quite a while.
They probably should have kept Trick Swap till after. But I guess engaging the enemies on the bridges is a good thing right now for the King Puff. They did defend that pretty well. But now, as you said, the heal buff is just gonna...
Now we have a Setsu jumping face, which seems like a bit of desperation.
Yeah, definitely. That could have been a one-man advantage, dropping on the top bridge and have just done just as much for the health of the
Fireball being dropped on their own black hole, it looked like.
I'm pretty sure the black hole is on blue team, really.
Is it?
I think so. Well, no matter. The SMN Cup and Mephisto take the game. Not bad.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to have that fate battle that they've been wanting since before the tournament began, as we'll have our Shiro versus Gilgamesh go down.
What is with these team names?
Our next is Nasty and Darian up against what they were calling Nerf Demon Warrior, which seems to be the statement of these last couple matches here.
The Demon Warrior won, no, lost a ton of them too. When there's Demon Warrior on both sides, obviously it's gonna lose and win. So, but
does that really count?
That's my point. And we saw it win here, but I mean it was in most of the matches, and then we saw it earlier where it lost pretty handily to a really good push and really good pressure.
Right. So, any insight into these players? This is basically Darian and Nasty, which I haven't seen Nasty in the tournament scene in a long time. And on the other side, Nerf Demon Warrior, we've got Daparok.
I have no idea who that is.
He's definitely new to the tournament scene. I believe both players are.
But that's really cool. I'm really liking the fact that we have so many people I don't know. We see a lot of streamers and a lot of people on the leaderboards, but the new people jumping in is really nice, and I'm liking it. I'm hoping they win, because you old dogs need some punishment.
Old dogs, huh? I'm not allowed to enter the tournament. I run stuff.
But you're still the old dog, right?
I'm the oldest dog. Alright, so the 43-minute mark then?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, bam.
Let the fun begin.
Oh, there's a lot of double mortar in this. I'm loving it.
You really seem to make it popular there.
I don't think I made it popular.
You don't think so?
I mean, I might have mentioned it. Well, they might have seen me and had it playing it on stream, I guess. But I think people realize the potential of mortar themselves. I mean, they're not stupid, so someone's got to see it.
Got a cannon roller coming out of that blind date right at face. It's going to do quite a bit of damage.
Really what you want.
It's
Just
not,
takes so long.
but those bursts of damage are going to do quite a bit.
Yeah, obviously if you don't respond to it, but they have plenty of time to respond.
Eh. Cleaver's going to clean up that warrior and have that undying skeleton, which might get... Yep, he got in range to soak up the APEP shots, and Cleaver's going to hit face here and do quite a bit of damage. With the Prowler there as well, that's 100 DPS. Last Stand's going to do quite a bit of work, but threw a fireball and it got met with a black hole.
Great black hole there.
Here's a
That's
second
a really
fireball,
good
though.
It's okay. I mean, the last stand cleans up. It manages the defense. They get a +2 mana on it, countering the first fireball, and they get to see that there's 2 fireballs. So it's a really, really good win for red here. Now they can pressure.
Saw a ghost come out, but it looked like it didn't did a little too much there. Before it could apply.
Still kills off a cleaver, and for more like getting a cleaver off your face is pretty good. So.
I've seen a lot of people say that they want to combine Mordar with the ghost, but
that's just a good theme in it. Or is
Yeah.
it also for resurrecting the cursed minion? But it's really hard to make that work.
that
have to
unfortunate
have
walking
really good
blind
time.
date becoming a Scrat horde to just die immediately to the double Mordar.
Yeah, and see the Scrats can get through to Mordar when he's alone, but in 2v2 double Mordar, a Scrat can't touch him. So
That's really unfortunate. There's the fireball and black hole interaction,
they're ready for it.
and we've already managed to cycle back to the second black or fireball. Oh, but a second
They're
black
taking
hole.
some damage from the bottom. Oh, now it's getting interesting because the last stand can counter push. They've got the cleaver at the bottom.
Unfortunately, there is a boomer. They just have so many answers for
So-
this last stand.
Yeah, and now the Undyings are gonna be resurrecting soon.
And we have a lot of pressure
So
coming
many
towards
Undyings.
Darian and Nasty here. Succubus will help clean it up, so will that cleaver.
Oh, the rampage. Yeah, a really good cleaver. Then the rampage won't matter that much. And again, Mordar handling the plasma marines without needing to respond to them. You don't even need the succubus to waste your energy on it.
And the pressure is back on the other foot now as 5 Undying Skeletons are walking in with Succubus
Wow.
and Cleaver.
Cleaver leading the charge, unfortunately, but he gets
And-
resurrected.
And we have Cleaver and Succubus coming back from their tombstones. Laser turret being dropped, but it's just going to get beamed. And we still have 4 Undyings up as this Cleaver cleans up anything that's being placed down. We have a second
snake
Cleaver
turn, though.
coming in. And we're at 360 health.
This is gonna hurt. They're desperately trying to use the black holes to stay alive. That's not gonna be enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just going to cause the end of it all.
Really good push out of Darian and Nasty. Red was doing pretty well. It was very back and forth there. I was liking what I saw from Daparock and his teammate, but the Undying skeleton stack up that they were going for here with the double mortar and then getting the value minions out of it is really powerful, and you need to be on top of that.
Yeah, unfortunately, Daparock and Black Chest never, although we saw the play going back and forth, they never really got to hit face. The wave play out of Darian and Nasty it just flowed so well.
Yeah.
So next up, we have that 51-minute mark. Let's see if we can adjust our strategy and maybe get that face this time.
Mhm.
So that would be 3, 2, 1, go.
No changes, it seems.
Yeah, we seem to really like our decks here.
It's been very one-sided so far. It might be because people aren't willing to rethink their strategy.
That might be it. We do have a lot of new players, which we did make a mention of. And since this is essentially the first round of the tournament, a lot of those players are still here. And if you've got something that's working really well against them, you can probably bet that they're not going to change, so you may as well stick with it.
Conversely, they might not be ready to change the decks on the whim. So running into a hard matchup might put them on the back foot at first and not able to come back all in all.
Right. The whole thing of playing what you're best at as opposed to playing what will win.
Which is sometimes the right move. A lot of the times, actually.
It's a good starting point, I believe, but I also strongly believe that you need to adjust.
Yeah.
Especially when
that's
there are
how
such huge deficits.
So we're already seeing blue take a massive lead in XP here. And they're also building up for a big push at the same time.
Right.
Double cleaver.
A double cleaver with a boomer in front is just going to do so much work if it's not... If the plays aren't absolutely perfect here. One cleaver goes to face, the boomer cleans up what stops the second cleaver. We have an Annihilator hitting both. That's going to clean them up before they can do too much more damage. And now we have a Prowler coming in from the top lane and Undying looking to respawn right in front of him. Just like that. Now we have yet another 50 DPS minion on the face.
And the Divine Warrior just a tad bit too late.
Oh, unfortunately, we get a Scrat Horde right in front of an Annihilator. That's a lot of blood.
So I'm wondering actually at the Annihilator, right? Because I said sticking with the deck can sometimes be fine and all, but it's clear that the Annihilator isn't the right choice in this matchup. It was clear from the first game. When you see double mortar getting these value minions, you drop the Annihilator and you get something that can be a lot better. I would really like to see that out of them, because responding to 2 cleavers with an Annihilator, sure it's okay, but the Annihilator isn't going to give you any value afterwards.
Alright. I mean, he's basically, what, 38 DPS or something? It's not the worst, but it is 5 mana for that.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem.
And with all these minions, they can be so spread out, so you can't really take advantage of his AoE that much. Outside of once things reach the face.
Yeah.
We do see a lot of pressure coming in, though.
Yeah, getting the boomer resurrections here. Mortar cleaning up the plasma rings.
Unfortunately, the Divine Warrior didn't answer that Prowler fast enough, and he ended up getting resurrected. Now the Prowler's on the face from the other lane.
And at the same time, they're losing bottom to Cleaver.
They do manage to answer the Cleaver, but there's still so much that they
laser
bring down.
doing?
It's answering the Undyings from top lane.
Cleaver would get
It's beam bait.
Oh, yeah, right. Taking the beam to the face again, really under pressure here. Half a level behind. The mortars are gonna get triple value minion rest with frenzy now, and that's gonna be really hard to do.
They're down to 500 health with an Undying respawning on the face. The shield totem's going to buy them a little bit of time, but it might not be enough as a cannon roller comes out with frenzy, and that is actually pretty scary.
Yeah, definitely.
As it just constantly attacks. We get the beam to the face, that's 35 health. If anything gets there, like a fireball.
That's a fireball.
That's going to be
Too
game.
bad they fought well, but Yeah, they didn't have the right decks for it, and they didn't change. That's definitely an uphill battle.
Well, the good news is Nerf Demon Warrior did not lose to a Demon Warrior.
If I had been Darian and I had seen that bracket, I would have probably played Demon Warrior.
What a troll.
Yes.
So next up, we got your boy FDM, combined with Kazlarico, one of the oldest players that we've got, up against a team called PC Thieves, which is comprised of some newer players as well. Would you like to jab at your boy?
Cool Kip in. Well, he's obviously going to get carried by Casarico, unless he runs our signature deck, which you're claiming has inspired the double mortar across the board. But I think, I mean, I've played quite a bit against FDM, testing and stuff like that. I haven't played as much against Castorico, but I've seen Castorico do quite well, and I think he's the highest level player in the game. So I'm probably expecting them to win. But the new people, I mean, they always have a chance. They have this element of surprise, right?
Yeah, absolute surprise at that too, because who knows what they might have found just screwing around with cards that they have, as opposed to having the entire collection in front of you. So,
hey, what's the saying in English? Needs must, I suppose.
I'm gonna need a translator.
Oh well, no, I think that's the same. Anyway, the limitations really breed a lot of creativity in a lot of situations. So
yeah,
we say needs teach a naked lady to sew her own clothes. So yeah,
you guys are weird. Anyway, 23-minute mark.
Let's do it.
3, 2, 1. Here we go. So we got Cool Kip and the Bee King. Over on the left side, we got our cheating developer and our old ancient player on the right.
So for those who don't know all the inside talk we're talking about and why we're saying FDM is my boy, he's part of the Beta Dwarf team as well. So he's the first developer to participate in one of the tournaments, and we're excited to see what happens with that.
That is a very big golem with a lot of health and a rampage.
Even more health.
And they've got that Spirit Mancer behind them, making counterplays very difficult. That's a Dragon Pack. That's 150 DPS. That'll clean it up fairly quickly, especially if they don't have any answers in hand, which it looks like they don't. And we got that black hole to...
Oh, how do they not have anything to protect the golem?
We have 400 damage on base. Even though the double healing fireball provides a lot, it's not enough to clean up that Dragon Pack.
They have learned a lot about their opponent's deck in this situation, though. They get a Brutus, which is going to be useless. But they've learned a lot about Red's deck in this case, and I think that's going to help them if they, well, decide to process that. For starters, Ravager takes care of all the melee minions.
Second shock rock. Yeah, Spirit Mancer being dropped. There's a blue golem. He's barely gonna survive. And unfortunately, the spirits from Infusion don't get there fast enough.
See, I'm not seeing why they play the Infusion there. The Priestess gives instant value. We really need to bank on that in a situation where the blue golem is threatened. The Infusion takes a long time to get going at all.
Right, the 3 seconds before even the first spirit goes out.
Yeah, in that period, the priestess is already healed like 200 health.
We have all these imps coming in, which unfortunately neither Mordar nor Ravager can really punish those. We have the level 3 Demon Warrior coming in too. That Dragon Pack that was dropped earlier is still alive and running around. Even though it's only down to a single whelp now, the next Dragon Pack has got to be ready to go.
I think they're going to save that as well. They have the black hole, and they've been responding with the black hole every time a fireball tried to kill or tried to save the golem from the whelps. So.
Unfortunately, 65 health is just going to get a beam to the face to end it, and that'll be the end of them. They look like they finally got the rotation that they wanted towards the end, but at that point it was just too late.
Yeah. So yeah, another quick match.
I suppose this is what happens when you have a developer and a very, very experienced player together against a couple of newer players. Even though they did have a very interesting deck.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked the idea, but I think the health decks have a lot of surprise factor to them. But in this matchup against a pre-made, surprise factor really has to be impactful. And if your surprise factor dies to a 7-mana Dragon Pack, then you have to do something different. And I'm hoping that they're changing their decks for this next game. So let's see.
Yeah, ideally, they bring an answer for that Dragon Pack. 29-minute mark?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go. Oh my. I see a very infamous card. Call to Arms with double Stormbringer.
Oh, this is going to be cool.
I've seen many people saying that it's basically dead now. Let's see what it can do here. Up against a the Demon Warrior, though.
Yeah,
that's like the natural counter.
So I'm not sure why they're switching to that. I was maybe reverse psychology kind of thing. They must have overthought it or not thought about it at all, I guess. They could go for timing.
They seem to have a lot of not building cards. Looks like one person has the Call to Arms while the other person has all the buildings in it.
So basically, this is the old Call to Arms, but a light version, and still the Stormbringer. And I don't think that works really well. I don't think the new Call to Arms is good in this setup. But we'll see if they can make it work.
Yeah, so far they're doing pretty well. But Demon Warrior does have the early game weakness. So,
yeah.
Oh, that's a much
They're
better
taking an XP lead, a pretty handy lead. But the Succubus...
Very good placement on that black hole.
That Pearl is dead.
We have... It seems like most of the damage is coming from that assassin.
Regal at the bottom. Oh.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
they do run 2 Shock Rocks, so why it hasn't been fully answered yet is beyond me. And there's that
did
Dragon
what it
Pack.
was supposed to, right? Oh yeah. And in this case, what double Stormbringer does okay against the Dragon Pack, it's not gonna fly around the map multiple times anymore.
Yeah.
But they still don't. Well, they have double Fireball. The problem is that they don't have anything to protect.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single Call to Arms actually get used yet. Oh, still not quite placing the bridge shrines far enough out to not be caught with a beam on the shrine and the face at the same time. Laser turret, though, that will clean up this Demon Warrior if it can get any attacks off. That
Double
that was a
shot though.
black hole out of
I missed-
Volko.
Oh. They mistimed the shot rocks though, but I think they're okay with buying a little time. They're still behind in red is still behind in XP, but they know that they can do a timing push around level 3, where blue still hasn't reached mana frenzy. So
Alright.
they're okay with keeping the status quo at the moment.
And at this point, since Call to Arms hasn't been used yet, it's still a heck of a trump card. Although,
In a way, yeah.
there has to be at least some suspicion that it's in the deck.
Yeah. They haven't seen a win condition yet. Blue hasn't really shown what they're trying to win with, so the assumption has to be there that either it's pure mana frenzy, or there's a Call to Arms in there.
And Fireball hasn't been used yet on this Dragon Pack that's been sitting on the Divine Warrior.
I think
It
they're
finally
expecting a
goes
black
out,
hole,
but it misses
so-
its mark.
Wow.
And
That's gonna be difficult to deal with.
we now have this level 5 Demon Warrior walking in. No laser turret available. Firebolt's coming out of Volko, cleaning up quite a bit.
Level 3 just popped. Comes the big cleaver. If they could hit the Blood Imps with a Reboomer or something, the lucky...
Unfortunately, we have a APEP on that right to protect those Blood Imps. Or at least
Yeah,
deal
it
with
was
the
only
backlash.
Annihilator, so wouldn't have saved them anyway. They managed to deal with it, but this is where the Demon Warrior really kicks in. This is where every time you kill it, there's going to be another one even stronger attacking you. So you need to push the other lane. You can't spend your time on the Demon Warrior. You need to try and pull it around the map.
Now,
At the same
fortunately,
time, you've got...
Go ahead.
Yeah. At the same time, you've got this Dragon Pack running around killing everything you have and then going for your face. It's really hard to deal with. It's the blue side this time.
looked like a
this
bit of a
big-
misplay that they could have taken advantage of. Where the shield totem was actually about to expire as the fireball had landed. If they were a little more patient there, they could have at least thrown a lot of damage back, but it came a little too late. And that, well, it didn't cost them the game. It was a play that they could have made.
Yeah. I think in that situation, you can't really expect them to be aware of everything that's going on anymore. It's really hard to see when you've got the Demon Warrior in your face. So, good show from another group of new people.
Yeah,
They're not having
tried.
the most luck, but
I mean, they are showing creativity at least, and we aren't seeing everyone use the exact same deck. We have seen different decks in every matchup.
yeah. Well, now we're seeing a little more Demon Warrior, like real Demon Warrior, towards the end, and some of it really strong as well. In this situation, it was Volko APEP Demon Warrior. Again, it's probably for the Volko cycling for the Demon Warrior because that's a really good synergy. And then you have whatever extra master you need to sort of round off the weaknesses that the deck naturally has.
Right. Mainly that early game,
Yeah.
which you have all those imps coming out, which enable Volko to cycle faster, which is normally very dangerous, but you have the APEP shield to help cover for it. Alright, so moving into our next match, we have the guy that tries to get himself disqualified in every tournament, Rush second, with his buddy Lunt K, up against the Belgium Fries team, which is Kuroseto and his buddy.
Yeah, so obviously we know Rush second. I don't know any of the other people. Maybe it's a real friend of Rush Second.
As far as I know, yes. I want to say it was a high school friend of his that he brought into the game as 2v2 was released.
Yeah.
So he is fairly new. And who knows what we might see out of him.
I'm betting Rush Second is giving him some good tips, or at least screaming at him in some kind of voice.
Just marionetting him. Do what I say when I say it.
Well, I mean, if you spend enough time, you can probably play 20-card decks with 2 hands at the same time. But it does require a lot of overview.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you got 2 screens, they're both touchpads, you'd probably be able to do it pretty easily, right?
Yeah, sure. Let's see if that's what happened.
Alright, so to the 27-minute mark. 3, 2, 1, go.
Masters, get ready.
So close. He's advertising stuff on my stream. We see a Gax in this round.
Oh, that's cool. Gax with the double APET and the Blood Imps.
Yeah.
Against the double Mortar.
Yeah, double Mordor, is going to have a Prowler coming out, which is actually going to be quite a bit of trouble, especially if it gets this Rampage that's sitting in hand, and that heal Fireball.
And the healing. They'll take 500 damage themselves.
Blue Golem would clean it up, though.
Yep.
Double Annihilator.
And I don't see a beam in Kurosedo's on the blue team here. Chain Lightning is going to do squat.
It'll soften it up. Oh, there's a Colossus. So much for those Annihilators.
Wow. They're running. Oh yes, I'm loving this deck. This is the real double Mortar deck. I'm telling you. This is the real value minion shit.
Here's a Gax. He's gonna clean it up, right?
He's gonna kill the 2 small minions, but you still have to deal with the Colossus and the blue Golem, right?
Yeah.
Spawning the stint into that, not a good move, especially because it burns one of your tombstones. But yeah.
Well, we have this being mostly handled up until that healing Fireball came out on top lane. And now we have a Colossus walking towards face. Cleaver's going to be dropped behind it. I think I would have rather see that play reversed so that the Spirit Vessel took the Colossus hit, not the Cleaver.
Yeah.
And we have a heal Fireball going out. That's going to enable that Cleaver to fight the other Cleaver, but that's going to be the end of it.
And then they rampage it.
And we have a Blue Golem being stun lancered here. Priestess walking in to help it with Drone Walker.
That's going to be a good push at the bottom. I think this is
going to be very powerful.
The opening they're looking for. The free black coal isn't really the luck you're looking for in this situation as the blue team.
And anything they kill is coming back. So many tombstones are up.
They can black hole the blue golem, kill the other stuff, or target the ones behind. That's good.
Fenso Chopper's on face with Annihilator walking in, but that's not going to be enough, as we now have double Priestess walking in with Blue Golem, and the other Blue Golem's going to go and visit the defense there.
The other lane. Okay,
he's not going to quite get to the other lane, but yeah. We now have an absolutely terrifying push if you don't have a Fireball.
Or we'll play Stun Lancers.
Yeah, the Stun Lancers did some work there up until that Shakrok.
Yeah, the second Priestess is really doing work as well.
We have a Gax coming.
To take that out.
That's going to clear up all that, but
comes the Gax.
We get this push coming in of Colossus, Blue Golem, and Cleaver. Succubus. He's not going to last very long, and that's a healing Fireball to bring it all back up to full. I'm not sure what you can do against this other than a couple of beams.
Yeah, it's so much mana in your face, and you've already spent all your mana trying to keep that one blue golem alive.
Yeah. We have Stun Lancers again. They're placed well, but it's just not enough with this many minions in play. And we see it end with 5 golems on the screen.
Yeah. They got a lot of value out of those tombstones.
Oh
But
yeah.
I gotta say, the blue team really didn't use their rampage well there. They managed to hit stuff just before it died, so it didn't even get one hit off with rampage, or where the rampage actually mattered, rather. And in a deck like theirs, they have to be on top of that.
And if we've seen anything so far, we're basically going to be seeing the same deck coming at them.
Most likely.
And honestly, a deck like that's just hard to answer. I mean, even being extremely knowledgeable of the game, you gotta know that you need to bring things like Lightning Bolt, Wizard Puff, and all these other answers for these minions. And even then, those aren't guarantees with minions like Stent running around.
No.
So let's see what they can come up with at this 35-minute mark.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to Minion Masters. Let's go.
Switching for a Ravager, but
Give them a little more
Not-
oomph at the forward point, but I don't know if that's enough.
well, they've also got a Legionnaire card in there.
It's looking
still
like-
relying on
Looks like our red team switched up decks though. As
yeah,
well.
definitely. Well, first of all, they switched away from Double Mortar, so I guess they didn't want to get countered.
Yeah.
Now
It's a lot of buildings.
Control, but with a Vulcan.
I mean, oh, that's a coat of arms.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we
That's
wanted to
cool.
see it before. We got it now.
Yeah, so they're running the same type of deck with the bridge shrine, wall, turrets. In this situation, they're good about using their cold arms early, though, which puts some pressure on the blue team. You're seeing them already taking the bridges, at least catching up in the XP that they lost before, using the cold arms.
Yeah. And we
and
have
if they
so
can
much
keep
mana
this-
saved up so that we can do it again.
Yeah. If they can keep this cycle up, where they get the cold arms to push it to sort of pressure the opponent as well. Oh, good fireball.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was a Wizard Puff in there, which, regardless, has to be answered. We now have 3 buildings on the board again. And they're all in the same lane. That's a pretty strong push. Gonna see this warrior cleaned up, and we'll probably see the Cloud Arms after that. Oh,
So
maybe not.
we notice we have a lightning bolt in Crusader's hand here.
Yep.
This is probably a small change from before because there were so many big minions.
Yeah, unfortunately, Lightning Bolt's not going to do much against a Call to Arms deck.
It's gonna do nothing basically. I think that's what Rush and Lund are going for: the surprise factor of double mortar into a more standard, well, not more standard, but a different type of deck that the opponent can't foresee and therefore not counter in the second round.
Right, a deck that specifically requires a different answer. And here we go with a 5 warrior Call to Arms.
Yeah, really good value as well. The bridge shrine was really, really low, and although they had just lost the bridge shrine to a beam, the 5 warrior push is gonna keep the blue team on the back foot here.
Yeah, and especially since they don't seem to have the answer to that beyond throw up a warrior and try to keep it alive, or try to throw up a glue golem and try to keep it all alive.
Getting the Zeppelin Bomber as the free APEP card, probably not really what you want. It's good against the Ghost turret, but it's not really gonna. It doesn't push fast enough. Um,
Um,
I feel bolstered already.
even
I'd
though
say
it's anti-building.
it might be the best for this matchup. I mean, the puffs wouldn't do you much. The healing fireball might. But this is an absolutely massive push. And with them,
with the level 3 Hulk.
yeah, that rampage on them warriors really hurting, especially after the buff. And, you know, every hit is massive damage.
Staying alive, but they've done nothing to chip at the red team's health yet, and they're really far behind in XP.
Oh yeah, yeah. We're looking at a deficit of almost double, and the call to arms are just getting bigger as time goes on. We now have 6 rampaged warriors walking in. Rampaged Whelp is going to do so much work with those warriors tanking for it. Unfortunately, it arrives at the face before the warriors can, but we have a beam that's going to clean up quite a few of the warriors, but not enough to win it. And that's going to be the game. So, we see the success of Call to Arms after the nerf.
More like rework.
Whatever
But it
makes
was
you feel
a
happy.
good game. And I think the interesting thing about this match was that Kuroseto, Lunt and Rush Second changed their deck so much in between the 2 matches as winners. We've been talking earlier about sticking with the deck you started with because you already won and the opponent is going to be on the back foot, he's going to tilt, all that stuff. But switching up the deck also has its merit because they can't at all expect what you're doing next. You'll expect them to somehow answer yours because most people stick with their deck. But if you switch your deck and get something completely different, the opponent who's already on the back foot will be completely flabbergasted once you get to the second round.
Yeah, and I think it kind of shows quite a bit of respect towards the other player because you are expecting them to counter you, and you're playing to counter that counter, and that really, takes a lot of. You know that this person that you're playing against is thinking.
Yeah.
As mean as that sounds. And I think that's just great. Normally we see winners stick with what's working all the way up until finals or semifinals, and we're seeing it in round 1, basically. And I like that. Next up, we have Timpax and Sarah up against the Spectral Lancers, as they call themselves, Kinmochi and his partner. Your replay system needs work.
Kenmochi +1.
That's right.
Yeah, we actually have something cool for that in the works. So that's going to be exciting once we bring the next iteration to bear. But yeah, so Tempax we've obviously seen before in the KPC scene. He's done really, really well. It's very black and white with him. It's either really, really good or really, really bad. With Sarah, we'll see if he has anything interesting to bring to the table. And the others, I don't know at all.
What, you don't know our unknown players that are entering a tournament for the very first time ever?
No, I didn't look in the database for them. I could have, but I didn't.
So, 25-minute mark.
Yep.
3, 2, 1. Boom!
It's Minion Masters!
Kinmochi and Pepito.
Duel!
Pepito.
Pepito.
Well, let's see if he's a marionette here. that what it's called? No. I think I've seen Kenmochi around, or maybe it's just all those anime icons look the same to me.
It's a popular character.
Okay, so double mortar again, APEP and Stormbringer. Curiously, we're not seeing any Milloween in this tournament, despite her recent buff. Maybe people don't trust her yet. We'll see, if anyone brings
It was
that
an
out.
auto attack buff, which she did. She did have one of the weakest auto attacks, but I don't think it was enough for her to really come out strong.
No, I wasn't expecting her to be dominant either. But I might have expected a few of the experienced players to try her out in the first round, maybe. But I guess they want to be sure. They don't want to see any fancy stuff out of the new players and suddenly lose their position as the top players in the community.
They want to,
Musketeer coming out here.
yeah.
That's a cool choice. One of the recent minions we added.
Yeah, I've seen a number of opinions with the Musketeer, and I'm of the mind that he is a very good card. Quite a few people would disagree with me on that, though. You know, he's a 60 DPS card for 4 mana, and that's amazing. And the fact that he can counter slow cards like the Cleaver or the Colossus, which we've seen both in this tournament, the Cleaver especially. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of him, honestly. Ooh.
I don't think people expected the Cleaver. I wouldn't have expected the Cleaver. I think we're seeing a lot more Cleaver than, well, I would have expected, obviously. Going in circles here. But they're also giving people a lot of value with Cleavers. Here you see him hitting a lot of small minions and then getting stunned and killed, which didn't provide quite as much value as you would have expected from a 6-mana card. But in a lot of other situations, they're doing really well.
Yeah, like the one we just saw earlier in this match that got to hit the face a couple times. You know, him just hitting the face once is amazing value. Getting a second hit is phenomenal.
And then, of course, with double mortar, the chance of a double frenzied cleaver res that's the dream. That's even better than getting a Colossus.
Yeah. We see quite a few minions to answer this. Oh, Blue Golem, I was going to say, but the Annihilator's going to clean it up, and then he got Wizard Puffed.
And then the wasted chain lightning, though.
Yeah, this Annihilator's still around.
We're seeing the blue team take a good lead here. Again, the double mortar with the big minions leading the way. They did add an illusory cleaver, which is really dangerous in this kind of deck. Mostly because you want the value, and you can't use the illusory cleaver at specific times when you place down the tombstones, for example.
Right.
But if you're careful about it, it's a pretty good card to add for cycling and dealing with small threats.
And just generally playing mind games with the opponent when you do have an actual cleaver in the deck as well.
Yeah, that too. So here comes the rammer, and they have to respond with a wall.
Yep.
Not enough though. Okay, here comes the Annihilator.
Yeah, the Annihilator is going to be just enough to make sure neither rammer reaches face. And we've got this huge slant on one side. Oh, we have that Guardian coming out. We might see something big here, but a Fireball is going to eat up a lot of that health. This Frenzied Annihilator, on the other hand, is just going to absolutely obliterate everything in this lane. Even with a Priestess coming out to heal, she's not going to be enough. And we have another living statue coming top.
Need a Fireball or something here. And now it's too late. If they kill the Annihilator now, it's because she's going to get bested by a Tombstone.
Yeah, and we have this Succubus. She's going to die. Now we have the Annihilator all alone. But being frenzied, he can answer just about any mid-range unit.
And the frenzied Succubus at the top, taking a lot of health off that living statue.
Yeah, and we have Prowler on the face, the frenzied Annihilator continuing to do his thing. Frenzied Prowler now coming in. That's going to be arguably scarier. A good play with the assassin to eat it up. Otherwise, that would have been truly
the
threatening.
blind date to take the pounce and the assassin to finish it off. That was a really good play.
Yeah, we have quite the push coming in. Oh, unfortunately, we have a spell plate causing the red team to kill themselves.
Well, at this point, they were very much under pressure. They had a cleaver at the top they were almost dealing with. They had a blue golem coming from the bottom. They were far behind in XP. They had very little health left. You don't have a lot of wiggle room in that situation.
That Frenzied Annihilator did so much work for a card that I'd say is almost has been out of the meta for so very, very long. Even with his recent buff, the only place I really see him is in 2v2.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, AoE units are going to be really really good for 2v2 because there's more minions on the board. I had actually expected AoE minions to be even more powerful than I've seen them be, both in this tournament but also on the ladder. It seems like bigger units and single target units are still doing really well in 2v2, so there's not that big gap. Although this example of the Annihilator just doing work is telling a very different story.
Oh yeah, Frenzied Annihilator. That's ballpark of 50 DPS. That's AOE. That's not seen in anything else. 50 DPS is generally a big single minion.
Yeah, the only other place you see it is something like Fire Imp, which is 40, but it's only ground and it's a long wind up and it's over time, and there's a lot of advantages to the Annihilator instead.
Right, and we'll see if Kinmochi and Pepito can come up with a strategy to prevent that from happening again at the 34-minute mark. Good.
All right. I'm ready, yeah.
3, 2, 1, here we go.
So they are changing something. They're getting the Setsu here.
Showtime!
We'll see if there's anything in their decks.
Setsu will do quite a bit against a double Mordor as well, every time she goes face.
And they have to respond in some way, and it's probably going to be at a loss because the Setsu is 2 mana.
Yeah. That monkey still got quite a bit off on that cleaver. And seeing as it came from a walking blind date, so much more of normal blind date.
It's good value. In this situation, I'm not sure I would have put the Whirly Scrat in front of the Prowler. Sometimes it's a good idea to take the damage. Because the Whirly Scrat has lost a lot of health in this situation. Easily gets answered by the Wealth, and there's your mana gone.
Yeah, and unfortunately they keep trying to answer this Golem with a mass of Marines, and Annihilator is always so quick to follow and just cleans them all up. Good news is we have a Gax here to deal so much damage across the board. And
they fireball the blue Golem instead of the Annihilator.
Yeah, we see one Tombstone go down before that blue Golem can res.
Yeah, I think the Black Hole is a really good addition to the double Mortar deck. It allows you to buy that little bit of extra time to control the battlefield, remove the minions you don't want rest. It has so much versatility, especially in the hands of Mordor.
Yeah, and with Mordor liking those big minions, he's going to really appreciate the cycling that comes from having those black holes.
Still got a lot of small minions, the Elite Swarmer and the Stemmed, to take the bridges and keep the pressure on the opponent.
We have a bounty sniper.
Not giving any XP yet, though.
He has not, and I don't like him.
He's gonna
but
get some now, though.
Yeah, he's gonna bring something to the field with that 100 damage burst shot of his. He may very well Oh, up until she got knocked away. And that's a Gax to clear the board for that Rammer and Whirly as a Cleaver goes to the face of the red team.
Yes, this is more of a trading game where the Cleaver is hitting one side, the Rammer is hitting the other. Tempax and Sarah have already taken more damage than they did in the previous game. Oh,
Yeah.
nice try with the lightning bolt, but with the
Yeah,
water tombstones, your chances are slim.
I think it's still worthwhile. I mean, regardless, you essentially still got a mana trade, even if it wasn't the ideal
Yeah.
one.
I mean, if the tombstone has the potential to res a 5+ mana minion, lightning bolting it is still fair. So it's definitely, it's not as black and white as the 0 cost versus the 4 cost. You're right about that.
Right. And we have the return of the bounty sniper, which is probably going to get eaten by the prowler. Yep, there he goes.
Prowler doing really well in this game as well. He has a lot of value, providing a lot of value. People haven't figured out exactly how to deal with his mobility yet. Throwing Rammer at
We
the
have
top when you're getting
so
hit in
much
the face.
pressure on this face. As the Cleaver runs in, he's going to drop him down low as the Succubus will finish it off. Unfortunately, that will be the end of our next set of newer players.
I think they did pretty well. It was definitely, at the end, they're under a lot of pressure. It's still a mistake to throw the Rammer out like that. They did that a few more times, but I also think they did really well. They're like, in the first game, they answered the with the blind date taking, or the walking blind date taking the pounce into the assassin dealing with the Prowler. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Yeah. And with that, Tempax and Sarah will move on to face off against Rush Second and Lund. Meanwhile, we're going to have our final match of round 2, which will be Paco Maniac and Video Gamer up against Dova001, which, as you might remember, these were the guys that brought the Living Statue and Troubadour out for us.
Yeah. So we've seen them before, and they're kind of new players on the field, and they're going up against Video Gamer, who's probably the guy that's played the most 2v2 of everyone in the game. He's been streaming intensely for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
and
he's
has
Grand
climbed the ranks so much that it broke our game, and we had to hotfix a bug. And I'm expecting that he goes at least to some of the final rounds, like the semifinals or something. But,
Right.
But maybe the Dover guys can bring out their combo and surprise him.
Yeah, that 3,000 health combo, that may very well be all it takes for them to take it. I mean, I would imagine most of these decks could not deal with it, honestly.
Except if you have the lightning bolt, which nobody runs in the first match. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Let's see.
Alrighty. So that is the 42-minute mark.
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Pacomaniac, a fan of the Prowler. It looks like the Dino team this time.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, he made that just so that he could have a Prowler in the last tournament, as we had it banned. Here's our first Troubadour.
With the Scrat Pack behind, and spawning the Bannerman into the Beam of Doom. Not really the value you're looking for, guys.
Yeah.
They can't back up that Troubadour anymore, so the heal is useless.
Fortunately, but we do have a Succubus coming into the top lane after the Prowler was played bottom lane. Oh, but they do have a
And
second
there's
Prowler.
another Prowler.
That's going to be quite a bit of damage coming towards his face, especially with a Rampage
And
coming
Rampage. Oh, perfect timing.
in. No, Legionnaires came out. No, that is Last Stand.
No, with the Legionnaires and Scrats.
No, I just can't see.
Armored Scrats.
That's my
In any case, they're answered by the Boomer.
yes.
The easy counter when your opponent doesn't have Shock Rock.
We have yet
Blood
another
Imps,
Prowler coming out.
Yeah, and Blood Imps are favorite on the top leaderboard as well at the moment in 1-1. Also very useful in APIP decks 2v2.
And we know Gamer loves his Xiaolongs, and they just did a 500 damage blast to the face of the blue team here.
Yeah. I'm betting he's laughing like hell right now. Or did when they were playing.
We have Armored Scrats to clean up these Plasma Marines. The Xiaolong's still hanging up there.
Musketeer.
Another Xiaolong. Musketeer's going to solo that Cleaver, no problem. As yet another Prowler comes in. We got the Xiao Gamer and the Prowler Maniac. That's what I'm calling him. Troubadour just did not get to live for anything there.
And here comes the beam as well.
Yep, beam.
Pretty well played there from Video Maniac. They combined the push to basically leave the opponent without options. With Xiaolong on the field and so little health left, they can't cast spells to get their way out of it. And with the big minions like Prowler and the Musketeer ready to deal damage to anything they throw at it, there really wasn't an answer at that point.
Right, and unfortunately, we're seeing the abuse of our new guys. That had so much promise in that first round.
Yeah, but I mean, I think a lot of it is the surprise factor, and they didn't really get the combo off this time. They started out with a Troubadour, and the instant beam on it at the bridge killed off any kind of support. They didn't have the living statue at the top at the same time, which meant that the Troubadour didn't really provide any pressure. They then tried to back it up when it was way past the bridge, throwing 3-mana Plasma Marines away for nothing. And that's where it sort of starts switching in the direction of a Video Gamer and Pacomania.
Yeah. This is why we like to play our cards at the back of the base. So we have all that time so that we can see all these interactions and we can respond to them. Playing at the bridge, it doesn't give us much time at all.
Yeah, the problem is also that it if you play it at the back, you save up mana while the opponent has to throw something into the lane that you already have a big minion in. So they know that they're wasting their units, or they throw it down the other lane where you can then respond to it with all your mana. So you put him in a hard spot with that, but not utilizing it here really puts them on the back foot.
Right. So, well, let's see if they can pull it together and get their combo off this time at the 50-minute mark.
Yep.
3, 2, 1. Here we go.
So with the double A pip, it's an interesting choice from Gamer and Maniac. The blue team did change the heroes. Oh my god, I can't even remember it. There's so much going on. So many matches. So many rosters, so little time.
Oh, come on. This is only the second match. Looks like we still got the Prowler and Xiaolong love.
Yeah, I mean, why change what works, right?
Yeah.
And the Fireball to counter the Legionnaires when there's no black hole. One of the things I'm noticing from Subtlerum and the Tribal that I also noticed in the first game was that they don't really have the spells you need to back up the kind of decks they're playing. The big minions, they don't have, well, they have Chain Lightning and Fireball clearly, but they didn't really use them that well. Neither do they have the black hole that is just necessary in this kind of situation at this level of play.
Yeah, the black hole to protect your big minions from spells like that beam, or even just using it to prevent that healing fireball that we just saw. which admittedly didn't have that much impact, but now we have this fairly large push coming in with a cleaver that's getting healed up and going
And then
straight to the
Rampage.
face.
This is going to be a lot of damage. Oh,
Unfortunately, the Boomer's going to clean up the cleaver still pretty quickly, and Setsu's not going to get a single shot off after her reload.
No
We
value
have the
from the
living
Rampage.
statue hitting face. We have Annihilator and Armored Scrats coming in, but the Prowler's going to clean it all up. We saw a massive
comes the
2,000
counter push.
damage push.
2 Xiaolongs.
3 Xiaolongs. So they can't play any spells here. They're going to take absolutely massive damage.
But on the other hand, they can just wait because Xiaolong doesn't do that much damage himself. So they bide their time, save the mana, play the Troubadour, and then they get the combo up again. Let's see if they can do another good push, because this might be a good time for them to put Gamer and Maniac on the back.
Fortunately, they're playing a few too many cards too early for my taste, and we have this Zeppelin coming in to deal its nice 50 DPS to that,
Troubadour.
to the
that's
Troubadour
something
for
to-
2 mana.
Something to remember for the new players, that the Troubadour taunts all minions, which means that minions that normally only target buildings like Rammer or Zeppelin Bomber will attack the Troubadour. And they have a higher DPS than normal minions, which means they're very effective counters.
Yep. You even get to make use of the Zuka Scrat, the highest DPS ranged minion in the game.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see that later, especially if people start using cold arms again.
We may.
For now, Sodom and the Tribal are trying to break through, but they're not really getting the push they had before.
I
Okay,
feel
Doc.
that they're playing a little too steady and not enough wave, if you know what I mean.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. They're basically playing semi-spam, which is liable to happen when you're playing with Ratbo, but you need to sort of curb your enthusiasm on that.
Right. And we have this Cleaver getting cleaned up by a Boomer yet again, because we don't really have any answer other than the chain, and that's hard to use when there are Xiaolongs on the field. Fireball going out to clean out all that.
Pretty good. Good Snake Totem.
Doing our
He's
best.
in good place here.
Yeah, not quite enough to answer that Musketeer. It was close, but couldn't quite pull it off.
That fireball.
Fireball did a lot of work up there in the top lane.
That was 9 mana it just killed.
That's quite the swing. Now we have... It's not the strongest push, but there are a pair of shells on the field. Troubadour comes out. Unfortunately,
but again,
not played far enough.
without the support and close to the bridge. He gets B. Now he's useless. I'm not
Succubus
seeing them learning from
might
their
get some.
mistakes. He's gonna die to the Prowler.
Then Prowler Leaf's just outright countering the Succubus as a 500 damage Zeppelin almost reaches face. And now we have a push coming in with very little. And with double Prowler to counter the support for their Setsu.
Yeah, Setsu in the face when there's a Snake Totem. I mean, against double APIP, you can't do any kind of burst to the face.
You
Not if
need a
the
serious
opponent
push.
dies.
And unfortunately, we
Serious
have an
push is good
absolutely
shot
massive push coming out of the red team into the blue side with Living Statue at full health.
They counter with the Living Statue, which is pretty good to push your enemy off of you, but you have to be able to kill everything.
There's a Rampage Zeppelin that just walked in. And we have so
black
much
hole
damage.
to
It's
reset the
still coming
attack.
in.
They have to spell.
Healing Fireball on the Zeppelin.
Oh,
Thankfully, that black hole also resetting the Zeppelin's attack so that he gets a second 500 damage for almost free.
So that's a really sticky situation for the blue team there. They could have made it by utilizing the Setsu second level instant reload. She was in the process of reloading when the Zeppelin got out of the black hole. If you make her instantly reload there, she can stun it and avoid the damage. But at that point, they might have been dead anyway. So
Yeah, that would have been a very, very tight window, though. If I remember correctly, the Zeppelin's got like, what, a 0.4 delay on its attack?
Yeah, you have some good timing. But
But that's going to be the end of our round one team. So we have the Paco Maniac, or Video Maniac, my bad. Moving on to round three as FFA screws up my scores.
But yeah, so really quick games in round one. We've seen the power of experience, I would say. Some very experienced and high-level players playing a lot against a lot of new players. Good seeding there, I suppose. Um, it does show that all the experience, all the hours played has really prepared them for the 2v2 mode, even though it's new and everything's up in the air. They can find their feet in this situation. And that just comes from knowing the game really well, knowing every single interaction, and knowing what to play in a given situation based on what's already on their backbone.
Right. And so after having seen this round here, how are you feeling about the rest of the tournament? Since we now have our top 8 remaining.
Well, I think in any situation I'd be feeling good about it. We've seen some interesting games already. We've seen a lot of Demon Warrior, not too much. We've seen a lot of other interesting stuff. We've seen a lot of my favorite double mortar strategy. I would have been excited if some of the newer players got to round 3. It would have been interesting to see what they could bring. But at the same time, we know we're going to be getting quality matches from the players that are remaining. So I'm very excited about that.
Mm-hmm. And our first matchup of the round 3 is the infamous Shiro versus Gilgamesh. How hyped are you?
This is the match 10, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the second one. Okay.
The Cub and top.
I'm expecting, as I said in the previous match, I'm expecting a lot from Isotop, especially when paired with SMN Cup. And the other guys are the only remaining. Well, you could say Slurry is kind of new as well, at least to the tournament scene. But the Shiro guys are the only remaining new guys, actually, from the previous round. So I'm expecting them to carry the flag here.
Well, technically, this is Cub's first tournament as well, even with his massive playtime with the game.
Yeah, okay, but he's been very active in the community, so he's definitely not a new player to the general Minion Masters top scene.
Right. So our first matchup is going to be at the 7-minute mark. Are you ready for it?
Yep. I am ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, get it on.
Masters, get ready.
He even changed his name for it.
Duel.
He didn't change his avatar though.
Why would he do that?
Because it's the hypest match of the tournament.
So this is where my inexperience in casting is showing itself. I can't remember what they played in the first round, either team. Maybe you can remind me. But the APEP and Volko kind of looks familiar. It's the cycling Demon Warrior Volko with the APEP flag on it. We've seen that in a lot of places. But there's also a Demon Warrior on Isotops and Mia's side with even more cycling because they're playing Batbo and Volko.
Yep. The ultimate cycling pair, if you will.
So what I'm expecting from this match is that Super Mega Neo Climax Ultimate Boy and Gilgamesh are going to be playing the slow Demon Warrior, whereas Isotop and Mia Shiro are going to take the early lead. They are even on XP right now, but the red team has already managed to get the level 2 Demon Warrior out, so that puts them a little bit ahead.
And we see a big push coming out of here regardless of the Demon Warriors getting quite a bit of damage in here. Unfortunately, the Fireball stayed in hand for all that, but it does come in time to punish anyways, giving us a massive 1600 damage push.
Yeah, there's 2 really good counters to Blood Imps. There's Boomers, which are liable to get Shock Drug, and there's Fireball. Fireball still does 750 damage if we hit a full Blood Impact, so that's still a fair counter. If you have the mana to spare. Big difference is that Fireball is a lot more mana intensive.
Right. And with Blood Imps costing 0 mana, you're throwing them an advantage every time you use it. Good news is it looks like we're catching up in terms of cycling, though. As both level 3 Demon Warriors are duking it out up top.
Yeah, and so the XP is fairly even. We do see the blue side taking the lead.
Unfortunately, the red side's keeping puffs on the bridges for quite a while, and that's going to imbalance the mana curve.
Yeah, and see, here we get the level 4 Demon Warrior, and the other one is not even in hand, so...
Yep.
We're expecting Ultimate Boy to pull his out. There it is. But already the other team is going to be cycling. And taking the bridges.
The puffs are still being able to stay on the bridge for a little too long. As we saw there, just before that puff died, he gave a small smack of mana. The good news is blue team is keeping this mana puff on the bottom bridge as well.
Playing the puff game can be... It's a very high risk, very high reward type of thing. Just getting the 1 mana puff to take the bridge and get the mana back is always worth it. But getting more than that out of it is where it really starts steamrolling. If you can get a Demon Warrior ahead of your mana buff and heal puff, it really starts snowballing. It's exactly what we're seeing at the top now.
Right.
And in this situation, Isotop and Miria are throwing a stint out to counter a Demon Warrior by itself, rather than trying to kill the mana buff.
The good news is they have that level 6 Demon Warrior walking towards it all now. As the level 6 for blue team drops bottom.
And now the blue team is pulling ahead in mana, or in XP rather. Quite handily, actually.
Yeah, they've got about a 50 XP lead, 40, 45. As these bridges continue to change hands. And with the healing fireball coming out of blue side, that's really allowing their Demon Warrior to stay on the field for a longer amount of time.
Yeah, and Red's Demon Warrior unfortunately gets pulled back into the defense by the Plasma Marines, although that might not actually have been a bad thing since a raged level 7 Demon Warrior drops at the bottom.
Yeah. And now this is the small window where blue side is definitely going to be able to do a lot of damage, while red side does not have their rage. This level 7 is going to end it very quickly. And that's game right there. She just 2-shots it. Goodbye, Pedestal.
No Demon Warrior. So yeah, it was pretty even for a large part of the match, but there was just that timing where they got a little bit more ahead and hit the level 3, and that just gives a major edge when you're playing Volcos against each other, because the plus 100% damage, it's gonna make Demon Warrior take out anything. In this case, an equal level Demon Warrior just doesn't do anything. So yeah, when we started, I thought it was Emiya Shiru thing. I had forgotten that Isotop was on this team, so I guess they weren't the remaining new guys, since yeah.
Well, they're not really new.
No, Emilia is, although he seems to be doing rather well when he's playing with Isotop, so that's exciting. Maybe he'll get a taste for it. Stick around for the 1v1.
Yeah, we might see him here in a couple weeks at the 7th KingPuffCup. But until then, we have the remainder of this tournament to go through, which brings us to the 19-minute mark of Cub versus Shiro.
I'm ready.
All right. And 3, 2, 1, here we go.
Showtime!
Shiro keeps changing his picture every game he appears in.
So it does look like they're the same decks. We do have the Stormbringer instead of the Ratbow. So that's
I heard these characters are supposed to be archers anyway or something. I don't.
Still the Demon Warrior on both sides. It's probably going to be a bit of a long game again. So we should be watching for the XP advantages. Blue taking a quick lead. And the puffs. Definitely.
It looks like they're going to hold that red.
Blue side.
And they get the mana from that puff.
Yeah. Didn't take the bridge though, so basically all the puff did was eat a shot. But
Well, I mean, the puff actually gave his little piece of mana recovery back.
yeah. Which means that it's at 0 mana, so that's great.
Yep.
But the Demon Warrior at level 2 is rather weak in combat, but it is a bit of a tank. It does have some health, which means it can already protect the puffs at this point.
Right.
You see the one puff for red down here? It's going to give him mana in a moment. Well, it died. Did you look at that?
Unfortunately, Marine. And that's a fireball on Blood Imps to send a bunch of damage back.
Blue team thinking that they can spare the fireball, it instantly gives the red team a 4 mana advantage there for 750 health. We'll see if it pays off. They're already a little behind on XP, so taking the bridges might be a better priority than trying to damage the opponent. The ghost turret at the top is a new addition, I believe. It's probably from the Stormbringer side. And with the Stormbringer buff kicking in a moment, the double turret is going to be forming a Maginot line almost.
That's a real cleaver as well. I was a little unsure about this laser turret, but it did eventually manage to do some work there.
Yep, it took out the Demon Warrior. And now they're really pressuring the blue team. Pulling ahead in mana. Maybe they'll hit their timing first this time. They
20
are
XP lead.
investing in the Demon Warrior as well. Laser turrets on both sides though. So the Demon Warrior timing here, with the laser turrets in play, Demon Warrior timing will hit just a little bit later, because the laser turret can handle 5, 6, maybe even 7. So teams need to be careful to get past that moment and utilize the value from the level up timing to get past that moment and then take the lead, I think.
And with Stormbringer being on the red team's side here, we have those turrets that are able to reach so much further than blue teams.
This laser turret takes care of 5 easily.
Oh yeah, just absolutely melted. And now we have the red teams deep inside of blue's territory. May even reach
like
base.
Blue doesn't have the cycling power that that red is showing us. They do have some very low cost cards on Volko, but I think they're avoiding doing too much cycling when they don't have the bridges, because they want to use that Volko Fireball ability.
Right.
When you're behind though, you can't really afford to try to synergize that hard. You need to take the bridges and catch up before you try to emphasize the advantage.
Now we have both Demon Warriors being eaten by laser turrets as firebolts start flying.
Every which way. Oh, they missed the laser turret. It's going to kill a cleaver. That's some really good value out of that.
And now we have a Prowler on the face. Laser turrets are down as the level 7 Demon Warrior walks out.
And they're going to hit the level 3 timing now. Perfect timing for the 7. And
Yeah, and
I don't think that Gilgamesh has cycled for his laser turret. Oh, it's coming up now. Might need to distract the Demon Warrior. Because if they take a couple of hits from that one, the 8 might finish them off.
Oh, with the laser turret being played so low, that's just going to inspire the... Oh, I was going to say they were going to play it top, but... Level 8 is here. Both sides are now raged.
And yeah, it's a really good play there at the top with placing the swarmers around the Demon Warrior to tank the 3 hits so they didn't take them while the laser turret charged up. Again, using the swarmers here. Not to great effect, though, but they're showing some promise.
Yeah, this one may go to Mana Frenzy.
It might actually, although they're both climbing really, really slowly because no side is really in favor.
And neither side can really seem to hold the bridges for very long.
Good shot rock at the bottom, saving, getting rid of the reboomer first.
Unfortunately, red side's Demon Warrior didn't get that final swing off, which would have left Blue's weak enough to not even cross that bridge.
Yeah, instead Blue gets the XP from a Demon Warrior trudging across. The level 10 Demon Warrior coming out now. This is getting really serious.
Yeah.
2 decks, both relying on Demon Warrior. They will take the game to level 3, maybe even Mana Frenzy, any day of the week.
Unfortunately...
Now it's all happening on Blue's side.
Right. And that's just going to cause firebolts to fly around, removing the support for the Demon Warriors.
And the double puffs at the bottom. Scrat's gonna clean up, maybe.
And if they can keep the combat on Blue's side, it'll be a pretty dominant victory as the mana puffs just start giving them the extra cycle that they need. Very good wall placement with the laser turret. We might see this Demon Warrior do something. Oh.
There's the laser turret though.
Yep, laser turret on the other side with that increased range.
It's gonna keep anything off of the bridges now. They're down to 500 health with a constant Volco fireball spam. It does look like Iso Top and his teammate are gonna take it this time.
Them pecs from...
pull something out of the sleeves.
The pecs from long range on that Stormbringer have just whittled down Blue team. They're now down to 225.
And that's a Mana Frenzy.
And there's a full Demon Warrior level advantage on red side now as Mana Frenzy comes out.
Yeah, the 12 is at top, not even taking any damage. Giving a good fight, but it does look like the inevitable doom is coming. And
there it is.
Well played from both sides. This is basically how you play the matchup. But there is a slight difference to Stormbringer and APEP in this matchup, where Stormbringer will much more easily be able to take out the small stuff you send ahead of the Demon Warrior, so you need to be careful of not sending it out too early.
And that match result gave us our first 1-1 of the tournament.
So this is the first 1-1 of the tournament, yeah. That's exciting. And I think we're seeing the players playing a lot more to each other's decks in this round than we've seen previously. Previously, people just took their strategy, walked in, and that was it. But this time they kind of have to adapt. Although it's it's hard not
These
to say
two
that
are
when
just
it's
being
Demon
stubborn.
Warrior versus Demon Warrior. I mean, what can you do?
They're too caught up in their fate. Their memes. Hopefully, though, this last match they decide to move away from it and we get something that resembles something other than just Demon Warriors going at it.
We'll see.
Yep. 33-minute mark. Winner takes all of this round.
I'm ready.
Alrighty. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. We have another picture for Shiro.
And Setsu Stormbringer.
Yeah, it looks like we changed up.
So both sides deciding that was just too fucking boring. Let's play something fun.
That was an 8-minute match.
I mean, Demon Warrior is fun and all, but it does get kind of tedious after a while. It's also way too easy to carry.
Ooh, that was far too slow.
Black hole, yeah.
Yeah, black hole for that beam. We have a reboomer. He's going to answer that cleaver. And unfortunately, they did collide a little too far ahead for the reboomer to be able to respawn, as we have two living statues coming from blue team walking into the red side.
But red having a living statue pulling on the support for the blue living statue the other way. So it does look like both teams changing away from Demon Warrior and into the living statue.
Yeah, and we have the prowlers everywhere, just eating both sides. Cleaver comes in from the blue side to clean up that prowler, but we have another cleaver coming, illusory cleaver coming in the top to provide some extra protection for that prowler.
So Isotop and Emiya, the Scrat launcher.
That would be the first Scrat launcher I've seen in quite a while, especially in a tournament setting. It's doing work, though. It's doing quite a bit of work.
Last Kingdom. Yeah, it's doing a lot here. It hit the tombstone first, and now it hit like what 6 times on the face.
Yeah,
That's
and we
really
have we have a cleaver that came to face on blue side here. Doing quite a bit as a guardian walks in to protect a stent.
Yeah, it's not gonna do that much. So Blood Imp's tanking up that stint damage.
But we do have a prowler and cleaver coming top, and they're both real, and they're going to do a lot of damage here. I don't know if 2 living statues are going to be enough.
I think 1 living statue and 5 mana invested into DPS would have been a lot better. But they do have the Swarmers here, again. The Swarmers are really effective DPS. Very good against the living statue, but also very good with the living statue, if you can place them correctly.
We have the Scrat launcher coming back out, but this time it's getting tanked up by a wall. So it's not going to get too much done here.
It's okay though, because the living statues really want to get rid of that wall as well. Now this statue is going to come in, help the living statues, except the cleaver counters that perfectly.
Yep. 300 damage, 300 health. That's 2 prowlers.
Double prowler.
That's going to cause a lot of trouble over here for our blue team. And that's another living statue.
Blue black hole to delay it.
That's what it looked like. And we have a beam coming in as Cleaver continues to hit face. Blue team's in a lot of trouble here. The Tombstone's doing a lot of work. We have an attempt at the Guardian here. This may very well spell the doom of the blue team. As a beam comes out,
really good
clean up everything.
Pretty good living statue. They have to push with this living statue though. They can't get through the wall and the living statue. And the tombstones, they're gonna rest the living statue as soon as it dies.
There's the beam. That's gonna clean up 1 tombstone, deal quite a bit of damage to the wall and to the face. We now have a very close matchup. Scrat launcher comes in. It's gonna hit the tombstones first. Looks like red team's starting to get desperate, throwing spells directly to the face of blue team, which is going to end it with the beam.
Oh.
And it looks like Shiro's the victor of fate.
Really good ending to that match. A lot more action-packed than the previous 2 matches, and pretty good plays from both sides. Um, we see Mephisto going out despite him winning the last King Puff tournament. Clearly, 1v1 tournaments or 1v1 skills are not worth jack in 2v2.
That or Cub held him
Or
back.
something. Which is probably more likely. You did say Cup hasn't played a tournament. Maybe it was nerves. Maybe he choked. I don't know.
Who knows? At the end of the day, Shiro defeated Gilgamesh.
Hmm. Which round are we at? I closed.
You horrible person, you. We are in round 3. This would be the challenge. This would be match 11, which is Nasty and Darian up against Kazlarico and FDM. Who are you favoring?
Nasty and Darian versus Kazlarico and FDM. From what we saw out of the first round, Kazlarico and FDM had a pretty convincing start. So did Nasty and Darian, but not quite as much. I do believe the experience of Kazlarico will serve them pretty well here. So I would be favoring Kaz and FDM.
Okay.
I'll be ready in a moment.
Breaking stuff. It's FDM breaking stuff. Can't even let the man cast. I hear there is a very big party in the Discord of viewers. What is that one?
Very big one?
There's
Okay,
10 people in a channel in the Discord just talking about the tournament while we're doing this. If the audience would like to join them as well. All right.
Yeah, anyone who's really enjoying the matches, get on Discord, talk to other people about it, join the channel too, and have some talk in there with others about what's going on, so you don't have to only listen to the two of us trying to come up with weird shit to stuff. See, there you go.
Weird shit to stuff.
Okay, ready.
So the 1 minute mark. Here
I'm ready.
we go. 3, 2, 1. Boom.
Start expending mana. Go, go, go.
Got our lovely treasure vault on the left against the basic arena on the right, which has that double Mordor that you love so much.
And the double mortar hasn't failed yet, so we'll see how it goes this time. Bringing out Xiaolong in the back to deal with the non-dying skeleton. It's pretty good, but the pressure is already on. You see the red taking the bridges, no sign for the blue to take them back.
Then we have a Dragon Pack
Dragon
and
Pack.
Demon Warrior. Ooh, misplaced
Missing the Dragon
Fireball.
Pack. Oh no.
That's going to be a lot of trouble here as they walk in to fight off Mordor here. Shockrock coming out to buy a
Shockrock.
lot of time. This 150 DPS. Another Shockrock.
Oh,
So much damage coming in.
the
And
desperation.
even a beam.
Wait. Wow.
2,050 damage off the opening push with a Demon Warrior. Absolute insanity.
Yeah, and that all stems from missing the fireball. It's crucial that if you only run one counter to the Dragon Pack, stuff like that, you need to hit it. If you don't hit it, you're screwed. If the opponent knows how to capitalize on that.
Yeah. This is why we always
now
want to
they're on
run
the back.
multiple answers.
Yeah, especially in 2v2. Like, answers, you should have multiple answers to everything just by the nature of having such big decks. But it does get hard to.
And
To
now
line
we're
them up
now we're
like that.
now we're seeing a pretty powerful push out of red here, applying all the pressure. We're wow! This cleaver to the face, succubus to the face, sniper to the face. So much damage coming back in. Here's a rammer, point blank range coming out of a
And
walking
the
blind date and a prowler. Oh my!
Oh,
That
back and
was
forth.
wow! Oh, double beam coming in. That's gonna
Double
finish
beam
them
finishing
off. Over 3,000 damage off that push.
What a surprise.
Absolutely enormous pushes out of both sides, dealing massive amounts of damage. That walking blind date to the rammer, that had to just feel horrible. It's extremely satisfying for red team, but for blue team, it must have felt like the gods were against them there.
Yeah, but even so, they had already lost 2,500 in that push. Anything coming out of that blind date, except maybe a Scrat Horde because they had Balco defending, would have been fine. And good damage.
Yeah,
Let's see what happens in the next match. This is getting exciting with all the action.
Yeah, 9-minute mark. Here we go.
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, boom! It swapped sides.
Ravager and Apex. Yeah, me too. So now we get to see it from Tyrion and Nasty's perspective. They're still running the double mortar Undying Skeleton pressure deck.
Right.
I'm interested in what FDM is running with his Ravager here. Blue Golem. That's gonna get countered by Beam of Doom or Ghosted even.
Oh yeah, the Ghost. Oh, but a Fireball will answer that Ghost just in time. Cleaver will answer the Prowler. And we need more answers for this Golem, though. Boomer's going to come out to answer the Cleaver. The Whelp will answer the Golem. I don't know if it'll be in time, though. We have a Black Hole coming out. Maybe it'll be followed with a Healing Fireball or something. Chain Lightning. That'll kill the Whelp.
Yeah, but not much value else. Are they running FDM's triple Blue Golem deck? That would be crazy.
Well, he does love them blue golems, so we may very well see that. Here's a red one.
Great Beam of Doom, though.
Here's Dragon Pack as well.
They had the Fireball. Don't miss it.
Oh no, there's the aggros. Black Hole to save the one Whelp. And the dragons are going to meet right back up as if nothing happened.
They do have another Fireball this time, and they throw it out now. Well, they can.
Oh, stun blast! Oh my God, layering so many stuns.
You can't answer with the units. You gotta answer with the Fireball.
Yeah, there's the Fireball on their face. You have all these Undying Skeletons walking to Blue's face, but unfortunately, there's a Ravager on the pedestal. He's just gonna answer all of that. As another blue golem comes out, as red golem reaches face, unfortunately he doesn't get the swing off because of Cleaver.
Really good finish there.
Yeah, it was perfectly timed. The hands were in the air.
And now they have the triple Tombstone. If they can get the Cleaver, well, they didn't get the Cleaver in the first place. We'll get the Cleaver rest now.
And that will very much help.
Then another Undying.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the golem is going to clean all that up. We have another golem bottom that was attempting to get ghosted, but a black hole is going to save him temporarily as Dragon Pack comes out. Hopefully we have another black hole or we're losing the dragons like that.
Good Fireball there.
And the ghost is back.
Black hole for timing.
We have another black hole. Here's a red golem to clean up the push, combined with that shield totem. The ghost finally manages to get that golem, as it's going to walk over and fight with this prowler.
It is ghosted though, and won't get much value on elsewise.
And we have that push coming again. Oh, Priestess is down with the fireball.
Anytime you can take the Priestess with another minion with the Fireball, that's great value.
Oh yeah. 4 mana for 4.
Here, not worth it.
But now we have frenzied golems.
They really mistimed that Cleaver though. Now they have the black hole with the Dragon Pack, so...
Yep. So Fireball's not going to be good enough here, but a Succubus will be, unless she gets stunned like that. There's a Black Hole. If they can time their Shock Rocks perfectly, we might see a lot of damage come out. Or a Fireball.
Oh, that Fireball.
Frenzied Dragons on the face.
Shock Rock.
And now they're down to 780 health off that massive push there. Spell interactions are big here. We have a beam on the face that was aimed at this golem, but just barely missed it. And now blue team is in absolute trouble here. Had that beam landed, we would have seen the other way. Many skeletons on the red team's side from blue. Beam comes out on blue's face. This cleaver, unfortunately, going to be answered by a Scrat and a Boomer, while the blue golem just beats on his face. And now we have two golems walking towards blue's side with a pair of tombstones up that are going to... Oh, I was going to say we're going to bring up a pair of frenzied cleavers.
Stun there. Fancy play. Even if FDM and Cass just have to cycle for the beam, they're still showing that they can dominate.
Right. So we're seeing a flip here as... Oh, that Fireball not quite catching the whole Dragon Pack. Prowler coming in, getting stun blasted so that this whelp can do a lot of damage as they spawn up their own Prowler. And now we have absolutely no pressure on Red's side of the field. Not even dead Undyings to res. As the rest of the push comes in to this double Mordor, and a beam will finish it off. Black Hole, not enough to save their life.
So we see the double Mordor drop a game. That's interesting.
Yeah. Double Mordor finally gets its loss, and we have our second 1-to-1 of the tournament. Welcome to round 3, I guess. Yes.
Yeah. That's the 28, right?
Yeah, that will be the 28 when we start.
But yeah, I think Cass and FDM, obviously not at all as quick a match as the other one. We didn't have the big swing pushes in the same way. We had the slow golems trying to, well, both being really, really good for defense and being these slow pushers. Both teams betting a lot more on getting that big golem up and doing a few hits.
Yeah, and being an absolute great answer to all those skeletons.
Mm-hmm. The skeletons did nothing against the Ravager. Ravager and Blue Golem just took care of that skeleton pressure beautifully.
And every time that Dragon Pack got through, it did do absolutely massive amounts of DPS. I don't think any time that it reached phase, they did less than 1,000. Like that was so devastating.
It's definitely a major part of the deck. They have the Dragon Pack, they have the Stun Blast, they have the double Shock Rock, they have the Black Holes to protect them from the Fireballs. Although they don't even need that, since Tyrion and Nasty can't hit their Fireballs, which again, like the first match, was a very crucial thing.
A lot of it's about understanding aggro, knowing exactly when they're going to stray from their path. We saw that multiple times where, they finally kill their target and they move on, or they get just close enough that they can be pulled a complete 90-degree shift in their path.
Yeah, or split up, like in this case.
Right.
But it's also a matter of knowing when you respond with units and when you respond with the Fireball. The second Dragon Pack in this game, for example, they responded with units when they had the Fireball after missing the first one. And that just resulted in Stun Blast, Shock Rock, and 1,000 damage. And you need to consider that you throw out the Fireball in that situation.
Right. All right. So let's see what we... 28-minute mark. 3, 2, 1. Bam! They swap sides again.
Again. 4 times APEP.
Oh boy! All the free cards. We have a
The
Demon
Circle
Warrior.
Showdown.
Oh my
Demon
god,
Warrior.
so many shock rocks for one boomer.
Uh,
That leaves them completely open to the second one, which is going to deliver 750 damage to the face. They both panicked a little there.
Apparently. This is where it gets really interesting with 2v2 and Minion Masters, because the pre-made teams have to coordinate when you use the different counters. You can't waste your shock rocks on the same boomer. You have to save one for the second boomer, because you have to expect that the other team has 2 answers.
Yeah, and you have to have that communication in place where you have to know who's going to answer what and when. You can't wait for it to happen because, as we just saw, they both tried to answer it. And, you know, it's not something where there's enough time where you're like, I'll get this one. It's too late. You had to have thrown the answer already.
Yeah, basically, a good tip for newer players is that when you play a card that needs protection, like Blood Imps, you call who's going to protect it.
Like right
So
there,
we
we
already
saw
have
the boomer there. We didn't see double shock rock go at it. We have a dragon pack coming out now, off the back of a level 2 demon warrior and sniper. They're going to get pulled top away from this succubus, and that's going to be a fireball to clean them up, unfortunately.
That's because Cass isn't mindful here. He's sitting with a black hole. He's ready to defend the dragons from the fireball. He has 6 mana, and they still get hit. That's a major mistake on his part. Again, 1,000 damage could have been delivered here.
Yep. And we actually got a free shock rock that I can see on the left side here, the blue side. So that gives them a total of 3 shock rocks to utilize, which can be absolutely devastating.
3 shock rocks to protect your blood imps and double APIP for the snake totems at level 2. I think that might be a little overkill, but we'll see what happens.
Yep. We have a sniper clean up the succubus up at top just before he dies to the...
Beam in the face.
yeah!
Surely.
I mean, when you've got mana advantage like that, you don't want to waste your mana by just sitting on it and floating on it like, you know, people with some bad habits would. But even though we're seeing that right now, as the Dragon Pack comes out, yeah.
I would cycle the snake totems here. And I know you need to keep your snake totems for that big mistake, but you had to, and you could cycle at least one of them instead of, well... In any case, my argument here would actually be that they beamed the face, and right after that the sniper scrat is spawned. Had they flooded 1 mana and then beamed the sniper scrat with the face, it would have been worth 2 mana more. So it would have still been a good thing to flood in that situation. Sometimes flooding can be okay.
Well, yeah, I suppose maybe. But when you're playing a Demon Warrior, every single mana counts. And I know you're talking about having 2 mana come your way, but you don't really want to be sitting on your mana at all. And I know in this case the beam came from the player that did not run the Demon Warrior, but still.
Yeah, but I agree, and it's 1 safe mana versus 2 potential. It's always hard to say.
Yeah,
Again, the
you're not going to
black
know
hole
it's coming ahead of
doesn't
time
save the
either.
dragon pack. I think FDM and Castrico are feeling a little too confident here, maybe. Or maybe the opposite. Maybe they're shaken.
I mean, they did come in 1-1 off of a win, so either could be plausible. We now have 2 big Demon Warriors on the field, roughly about the same position. One's backed up by a sniper, the other's backed up by a fire imp. And that may very well be game as all these shock rocks are coming in to deal with that laser turret.
Great beam as well.
And unfortunately, they're so far behind on Demon Warriors themselves that blue team is just overrunning them. we have this Demon Warrior at face, level 7. Going to start doing absolutely massive damage. As soon as this shield totem goes down.
I mean, then they drop all the Marines and non-dying skeletons and Boomer at the top. That just gets cleaned up by the level 8 Demon Warrior.
Yeah, unfortunately, even though they have these giant Demon Warriors, they're still not successfully getting to that face. They're trying very hard, but they're not quite getting there.
I think they're okay with this though. They had the double APEP 4-mana card advantage for a little while yet, and then they are good ways to mana frenzy. I think they're fine with just keeping it slow.
Yeah, I mean, why not? They're 3 Demon Warriors ahead at this point.
When you're ahead, get more ahead.
Have so many Shock Rocks throw around. That's going to 1 Shock Rock to answer 2 Boomers. Absolutely phenomenal value. And we have a
look at that hand. 0 mana cards all the way.
Yeah. That free Fire Amp actually managed to do quite a bit of work this game.
Could be. That's a quick Black Hole response. Not quite as quick as it could be, but it was okay. Maybe it's because Castle Rico is actually in Australia, so there's a bit of latency. I might cut him some slack on that account. But
yeah, I have done tests with him before, and even though he knows it's coming, he knows exactly where it's going to be, it's still going to be a little slow from him, just because of where he is, unfortunately. We have a Dragon's Nest on the right side.
Oh, that's got to be from the APEP level.
Yeah,
level.
that's rather unfortunate. And blue team just hit Mana Frenzy. And that's definitely going to spell game as soon as any of these Demon Warriors get to face, or just the beam.
And the beam.
That's going to spell the game for...
a convincing win there.
Yeah.
Both teams switching back to the Demon Warriors. With the double APF Demon Warriors. And then Cass and FDM just dominated. From start to finish.
Yeah, it's... So they get to move on. Unfortunate that we keep falling back to these Demon Warriors. Nerf Demon Warrior, why'd you get knocked out? So next up we're gonna have that.
At least yeah, I guess. I would actually rather see the Demon Warriors against other decks rather than the Demon Warrior mirror matches.
Yeah, that was actually kind of weird. Neither of them were playing it before, and then they both fell back to it. So, next up, we're going to have Rush Second versus Timpax. Both previous champions of the tournament.
Okay.
How are you feeling?
I think Rush Second is a little more active. He also plays on the ladder in between tournaments a lot more, it feels like. We did see Timpax taking it, well, all of the players from the first round did take it pretty handily. So I think they're going to be good games. And I'm hoping for something a little more actiony. The games we've seen without the slow strategies, like the Bridge Shrine stuff or Demon Warrior, have been very, very exciting in 2v2.
Yeah, we already know Rush Second has that Call to Arms deck that he was messing around with in round 1.
Mm-hmm.
So we might see it again here.
I would love to.
Well, our first...
48. The 48-minute mark, right?
Yes. 48-minute mark would be our first match. If you're ready to go.
I'm ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, here we go.
Welcome to Minion Masters!
Got our Area 51 Tempex on the left. Got our Raid Boss Rush Second on the right. Double Mordar.
With quadruple
Quadruple Mordar.
Exactly. I love the mirror double matchups. The four times epic was pretty exciting as well. Um, just because when you have a lot of different masters, there's a lot of nuances in it. But the same things occur for the doubles because you get to see the decks emphasized a lot more. You get to see the decks and the play styles emphasized a lot more.
Right, and in this case,
Colossus.
you have a Colossus backed up by a Priestess, Cleaver in the top lane. We may very well see a lot of damage here.
At the bottom and Cleaver at the top. The laser turret is just gonna
Get shot
good
rocked.
wall. Good wall.
There's a black hole to help stall out these buildings.
They need to fireball the laser turret then, but I don't know if they have a fireball. They should. But
Colossus may just walk away.
just running away. He ran away.
He got revived. That was an interesting interaction.
Okay, yeah, and we've got a little bit of pressure from the red side with the Undying Skeleton, but not all out Undying Skeleton pressure.
Fortunately, Succubus is going to get caught up in this. Oh, unless Cleaver gets off first.
It's really good for finishing up those big minions. The Cleaver isn't good versus big minions in most cases, but when you whittle them down, using the Cleaver to finish them off is really, really good. Great black hole there.
Yeah, it gets him almost 2 attacks off. That would have been for an amazing black hole had he got the second one off. It's still an okay one for just getting the one.
300 damage for 2 mana.
Yep. Now we have a bit of a counter coming bottom, but I don't think it's going to be enough here. Oh, Shockrock came out just a moment too early.
Double big unit at the bottom.
Yeah, double big unit with a Priestess.
The laser turret. They need the laser turret, not the Succubus.
And the Priestess is smashed in between them, so it's hard to get actually at her. A pair of skeletons are going to come in to help tank as a Cleaver comes out as well. This is an absolutely massive push here. Oh my, the Priestess finally going down.
Laser turret.
Cleaver's going to take that laser turret. Colossus is going to come over here. All this pressure is going to come in as 2 more Cleavers get resurrected.
Oh wow.
And Priestess gets dropped. If she gets there, I don't think this push stops. Blue Golem comes out top, but that's not where he needs to be.
Doesn't need it up there. Oh, this hurts. Trying to stop
this
the
push. There's another Shock Rock to reset the attack of Mordor. Another swing, and that's game. Big minions.
It's also remarkable that the red team can get so much value out of the minions here, and the blue team got elite swarmers, and when they finally got a blue golem out of the tombstone, it was in the wrong place, right? And that's where it's again the double mortar mirror matchup really shows that you need to know where to place your tombstones. You can't misuse them, because if the other team gets a Colossus or a Cleaver out of it and you get an Elite Swarmer, you're 4 mana behind. And that you lose that very, very, very quickly.
And I mean, not only is the positioning important, so is that timing. I mean, you need big minions to come out of those things. You can't have Elite Swarmers coming out. Especially when your opponent's getting Cleavers and Colossi.
Yeah. And all you have is one laser turret. There's very little to answer big minions with. You have your own, of course, but again, you need to rest them if it keeps going.
Right. So, next matchup is at the 6-minute mark.
Yep.
Are we expecting that swap up to the coat arms?
No.
They did last time?
I think it wasn't dominant enough that they want to bet on that. I think they respect Impacts too much to switch that much. and I don't think. I guess it would be okay if Tempax sticks with that. Tempax and Sarah. Might be.
Okay. And ready to go?
Yep.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Bam.
They do go for the Volko and the Stormbringer.
Up against the Volko and Ravager.
Volko and Ravager with Divine Warrior, Fire, and Ghost Turret. That's...
Range and Frenzy.
Oh, you were right. You were right.
I'm always right.
Definitely the quarter arms.
Roll 1 of Minion Masters. Dipshit's always right. I feel like we don't have the right master choices out of the left team, looking at their decks.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'm kind
I'm
of
wrong.
wondering what the deal is here. Like, Tempax is running a very defensive Volko deck.
There is
Very
a Demon
defensive. I
Warrior,
don't wanna
but it's
die
very
to big
expensive deck.
Yeah, this is something I see sometimes in 2v2 when you're playing solo, that people come in with the Demon Warrior and then they have a ton of high cost cards. It's just really hard to make it work. Because cycling the Demon Warrior is extremely important.
Yeah, and having expensive cards doesn't make cycling her any easier. And we're starting to see a bit of pressure come out as a 4 warrior call to arms happened. Which,
That's a good
thankfully,
call to arms,
Volko and Ravager can clean it up fairly quick on their own, but it's going to
the
become
problem
more
is
and more
that
trouble.
Tempax has gone completely overboard here. He was like, I died to big minions, so I'm gonna put everything I know that can handle big minions into my deck with Volko.
Yeah, it looks like that plan that Rush seems to be running, where I'm going to play big minions and then I'm going to swap it to call to arms. It's working really well.
Yeah. We'll see if he uses that later as well. The interesting part about this format of playing and then casting it via replays is that the players don't get to see the previous rounds played, so they don't get to see how their opponents play until they meet them.
Right.
Whereas in normal tournaments where it gets casted as it's played, you see what they're playing and you sort of get an idea of what they've prepared unless they keep something back. Here you can go all out with your best strategies from the beginning and still surprise people once you meet them in the finals.
And
Good,
you can
good,
really see how it's paying off in this matchup right here.
Well, you do see that the blue team has taken an XP lead now.
Yeah, 30 EXP.
It should ebb and flow a little bit. As they're running a Call to Arms deck, they allow the enemy to push them back, and then they counter push with the warriors and the cleanup. But
Warriors still hurt when they get to the face.
Even in this case.
Even just that was only a
Ravagers
3 warrior.
residential.
We have 4 buildings on the board. We can have a bigger one right now. But
They
we do
the
have
guard.
this Demon
I don't know if
Warrior.
they've cycled.
Down goes the wall.
Demon Warrior is pretty hard countered by the wall in the early levels because she doesn't do much damage. So
Right.
you can have something standing behind just shooting, especially when you have Ghost Turret.
Now you have a 5 warrior call to arms come out with the help of an Annihilator and a Succubus.
And they almost got to even XP off of the last push because the blue team was on the back foot.
Yeah, now
This is
they're
really
officially
shaping up to
ahead.
be a successful strategy.
Oh, second black hole to counter that beam. Very nicely played. This is going to be a very tough push to stop now.
They have to use Divine Warrior, I think. Divine Warrior can handle it. Volko can do the AoE. Didn't have to use the Fireball, that was a bit of a waste. Now they use 9 mana to try and handle that, which means they can't counter push as effectively as they should now. And with the wall and the Ghost Turret, there's just no getting through. Even with the Ravager Frenzy, it's gonna take too long.
Well, the good news is we have a Terror Brutus coming. The bad news is Call to Arms has got to be right around the corner.
the Terror Brutus with the Volco level 3. He comes out and he's just angry. This is fantastic. He tried a lightning bolt to hit what? That Bridge Shrine? An Annihilator? He got a plasma ring.
Yeah, and now we have a 4-warrior call to arms. That's all raged up.
Taking it up though.
Good news is Beam of Doom. Frenzied Raged Brutus coming in to start doing something.
He still dies to the Ghost Turret, but he almost takes it down.
Yeah. He almost two-shot it. Unfortunately, they still seem to be sitting on mana here while waiting to play the Demon Warrior.
What are you
Play
doing?
it way at the back of the base. This may be their opportunity to get a double Demon Warrior push out if he can cycle fast enough.
But he can't cycle with this deck, right?
Well,
I mean,
he technically
right now it
has
looks okay,
2 card
but...
slots that he can cycle from. But when you're playing Demon Warrior, you don't care that much about the order that you play them in. So we may very well see it right here. Oh, unfortunately, Black Hole and Stun Blast overlap not going to pay off as well as they might like.
Yeah.
As the second Demon Warrior is ready. And there it is.
Comes at the bottom. And, well, Red is going to hit Mana Frenzy here. So...
Yeah, unfortunately that stall came a little too late.
There's the Mana Frenzy.
Yeah, Mana Frenzy's here. The Bridge Shrines are really going to start causing the mana to flow. Call to Arms are going to start getting fairly big as their defenses become nigh impenetrable.
Oh, there we go. That's a lot of warriors. They need the Demon Warrior
eight
now.
raged warriors coming in with a raged cleaver. Sorry, raged illusory cleaver.
And the fireballs are just gonna hit face.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Firebolt. Demon Warrior does clean it all up, but she might still be a little too late as the Firebolt's just gonna go to face and finish it. And down goes Timpex.
Yeah, so even though you talked about earlier that Demon Warrior was the natural counter, I guess it's the other way around rather.
I wouldn't go that far.
Depends on how the early game goes, right? Because they're both late game strategies, and whoever gets closer to their win condition faster has the advantage of the timing, right? If the Demon Warrior had been level 10 at that point, she would have done a lot more. But
I think if she even just had one more
really
level,
strong.
like I don't think they lost that match because Demon Warrior wasn't big enough. I think they lost that match strictly because of the firebolts to the face. They tried to do the push where you have 2 Demon Warriors come out at the same time from the same person, and it worked, but it came too late in the match. They needed to basically do it 1 level earlier, and that might have given them the advantage that they needed.
I also think that Timpax's deck really wasn't suited to handle that opponent.
Unfortunately, so many cards.
He got great value out of the Divine Warrior, but the Lightning Bolt never did anything that gave him mana. Beam of Doom is always good in 2v2, but there was a little too much going on that was trying to handle the big minions. The switcheroo with going from big minions to warriors is also really clever because it's not just going from big minions to something else. It's going to something that requires a more specific counter, as you mentioned earlier. Warriors and groups are really hard to deal with. Yeah. The only thing you can really do, like, to really quick clean them up is Beam of Doom. And it's questionable how much of how mana effective that is because the warriors are so spread out.
Yeah, you basically need some way to combine them, which they had the Divine Warrior and they had Volco. So technically they could have pulled it off, but unfortunately without bridge control, the firebolts just ate them alive.
Yeah. It's also about the minute differences, though. I noticed, and I mentioned it earlier as well, when a big warrior push was coming in and the black hole saves them from a beam of doom, then they have to respond with just the divine warrior and Volko. Instead, they use a fireball and a divine warrior, and that puts them behind quite a bit in a situation like that. Do that 2 or 3 times. 10 mana can finish a game, right? So.
Yep. 10 mana is absolutely devastating, even if it's late in the game. So, that brings us to our final match of round 3. Video Maniac versus Slurry and Captain Doge. How you feeling?
At 59. I'm feeling good. I think we might be dragging a little on here with all our ranting, though. I'm noticing it's already rather late, so for our viewers' sake, maybe we should hurry it up a little bit.
Nah. Alright, so 59-minute mark.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Bam.
Welcome to Minion Masters!
So Video Gamer and Paco against Slurry and Captain Doge.
Yeah, these were the guys that brought down Plastic Icon and Tazek. Pretty handily. Can we see them bring down another pair of Titans?
The double APEP with the Prowler against the Volko pressure. I think, yeah, that's implied at this point, right? That's a really weird reboomer.
Yeah. So we got this nice push coming out. We got the Xiaolongs both just far enough into the territory so that the Mordars are hitting them. They're going to be cleaned up just fine. Then we have a Prowler being respawned as the Undying gets to face another Prowler in the top lane as that Undying gets rezzed. And then we finally have a Cleaver come in to try and answer or back up, but unfortunately Prowler and Musketeer of red sides is going to stop. But so much pressure from that top lane, getting in so much damage on Video Gamer and Paco.
1500, almost 1600.
Yeah.
Bottom push is answered pretty handily. Double Mortar takes care of the Xiaolongs. I'm wondering why they didn't place down the second tombstone there, though. Getting the Cleaver rest at the top would have been really valuable.
Yeah. Now we have Undying to answer
Undying
the
skeleton. This is a good example of how you should counter it. They should have probably placed something extra because double mortar doesn't deal enough damage to handle the Prowler. But putting the Undying skeleton on top of the Prowler is crucial when countering. You have to stop it from doing the pounce, otherwise it takes a lead in any fight it's doing. Double Undying on top of the Prowler here, that's perfect.
Right.
You lose one Undying skeleton, that's okay.
We tried to go with a reboomer on these imps, didn't quite get it, didn't throw the fireball either, and now we have a black hole. Prowler's going to eat a tombstone, and Beam's going to take care of the other 2 tombstones.
Yeah.
So what could have been an absolutely immense push just got stopped, cold.
Yeah, very good counter play there.
We have more Prowlers coming in.
Plus the reboomer taking care of the Prowler.
And we're going to see the riposte not quite pay off here as Prowler gets his leap in. And we once again see lots of pressure on Gamer and Paco.
A little late on the Snake Totem. 2 Xiaolongs though, so blue team can't really support their pushes with spells because they would take 500 damage each time.
Yep.
Three
That's
Xiao
3
Longs.
Xiaolongs. But now we have 2 Undyings dead fairly close to the Apex.
Mhm. That's going to be a great timing if they can set it up.
And now we have Cleaver tanking for the face as the Mordars chip away at the Shells. Sniper going to pick off 1 in the meantime. And now we have Cleaver and Rammer coming in. The Rammer's going to tank most of this as 2 Undyings respawn up. Fireball's going to respawn a Cleaver. We have Prowler coming in as well. Undying rezzing, Undying on the face. We have 1 dead Undying on the face as another Prowler comes in. Cleaver going to turn around, smack an Imp as the Shield Totem comes out. Another Prowler's going to leap in. Cleaver respawns yet again. And this is going to basically spell the end of the push as the final Undyings falls. And that is a beam to the face. And a final Chain Lightning. They're trying, but they can't quite get it.
Now they have to cycle for the Snake Totem though, otherwise they'll take the Fireball to the face.
Now, unfortunately, Prowler beam Fireball. There, and the Fireball kills themselves. 65 health. They just couldn't get that final hit in.
What a turnaround. That's probably because they got a little too excited about the red team being solo that they wanted to finish it with spells. So they take Xiaolong to the face multiple times.
Oh yeah, that was a quick 1500 damage from Xiaolong there.
Mm-hmm. Great use of the Xiaolongs as a defensive tool to create a good offense. Limiting the opponent in assisting his own push is really crucial there. And not to forget the Snake Totem placement, just saving themselves from the final spells.
Yeah, that Chain Lightning. If they had played a little bit more passively there, they would have had that game. Unfortunately, they got a little too happy. And they lost their opportunity to take out 2 of the big titans of the tournament. So now we are going to come up to our second match at the 4-minute mark.
I'm ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Make this entertaining, guys.
A little switch up from video game and Pacomania.
Yep. Stormbringer King
Are they
Puff.
doing the Cold Arms? Or is it just standard Bridge Shrine Stormbringer plus King Puff potential? Not sure how standard that is anymore. Still have chance of the Prowler. With 2 illusory clues. Red team's trying to be mana effective here, but
It's getting hard.
well,
As we have an Undying and
keeping the
Succubus
bottom
walking
range.
the face. And although King Puff's there to do quite a bit of damage, they're still going to get quite a few shots in from that Succubus, doing a couple hundred damage. Nothing to scoff at. This push
already
bottom.
800 down.
Oh. Not quite
Good
enough
turn.
in time
Double
to...
Xiaolong, one Prowler at the front. They need the Ghost Turret here. Or the Cleaver.
Yeah, the Cleaver will clean that up.
They have
Drone
the
Walker,
tombstone.
too.
Cleaver plus Prowler plus Cleaver. But this is gonna be really strong. Shoot
Yeah.
the crossbow dudes.
And there's the Undying's rezzing. Massive push, lots of health just lost.
Magma Storm.
Yeah,
Showing
I
the
guess
value.
that'll clean it up.
Oh wow. This is definitely some different stuff we've got.
Looks like they're playing the EXP game, but they're not holding on to the bridges. As a Rammer's going to
Still
come
getting
in
ahead,
now.
though. Losing a lot of health. Getting the XP advantage, but your health loss is too much.
Oh yeah. Now under 1,000 health, 2 Undying is going to respawn soon as a Chain Lightning is going to clean up the bridge shrines and give them one last kiss. One Undying is respawning right now. The other one's going to follow it very soon.
2 Undying just at the face, that isn't going to do much, so.
They don't need to do that much. It's only 500 health left to go.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Blue's having trouble keeping anything on the board right now as they double beam the face to finish it off.
And that's where you need the snake totem. The strategy here for the red team was probably to take control with the Stormbringer, get EXP, and take some damage, a little, maybe a lot, but then get to level 3 and have the KingPuff shield to save them. However, they took way too much damage in the early game and the mid game for that to happen.
They were still so far out from getting that KingPuff 3 as that 800 damage double beam came in. So we just saw the Titans lose a game here. 1-1. So
1-on-1.
That seems to be the name of the game of round 3, other than Rush. I think Rush cheated. So, final game, 7-minute mark. 3, 2, 1, here we go.
Double Setsu. Now we're talking.
That's a lot of face against Mordar.
Yeah, I think they're relying on. Okay, so you guys are gonna go pressure. We're just gonna go full smart.
Face is the place.
Let's see what happens here. Blood Imps, it's all sacrificial at this point. They don't care about losing health. This is what people need to notice now, probably. That any health that Video Gamer and Pacomania lose doesn't matter to them. They're expecting to win before level 2. Maybe even before level 1 if things work out.
They seem to be saving up quite a bit of mana on the red side.
Statues, the start of the push.
And they're going to try for something big off the back of this, I get the feeling. We just hit level 2. Here's 6 Zeppelins and a Setsu jump. This is a... Oh my, the Rampage is there. That is so much damage. Black Hole's going to save it all. There's a beam out of desperation.
No,
not quite timed right as a second black hole goes out. We have 3,000 damage worth of Zeppelin here.
Boom.
And another Setsu jump going to finish it off.
There you go. The Zeppelin push. A nice nod to Sinner Little for starting a trend in KingPuffCup. What a setup.
Oh, boy. I get the feeling they weren't the happiest about getting taken out like that.
They definitely didn't appreciate the double pressure mortar.
Yeah, unfortunately, they got knocked out from that, but they gave Gamer and Paco such amazing games previously.
Yeah, they played really well. Definitely, I think Slurry and Captain Doge deserve a hand for that.
Yeah, they definitely do. I'm
excited to see them back for the next tournaments.
Yeah, that would be great, especially if they can hold their own on their own. Maybe we'll see them in a couple weeks. But next up, we got our semifinals. Any more insight into this? Now that we've seen round 3?
So now we're back Rush second in Costa Rica. FDM in Costa Rica versus Rush second and his Shiro friend guy.
Rush is with
No,
Lunt.
wait, that's not the guy. God damn it. He's with the other guy. Rush was convincing last round, but I think that was more attributed to their opponents' mistakes. Where Kaz and FDM, they showed a weakness in the armor here. They didn't play quite as well as I'd expected. Made some grave mistakes. I'm hoping they got their heads straight before this match, because Rush is definitely going to push them.
Rush, he definitely needs to be taken seriously, even if his partner is new. You can assume that his partner is going to be listening to him, and as long as he doesn't have to do any critical timing, you can expect Rush to still be a very powerful threat in the 2v2 tournament. So our first match of the semifinals is at the 48-minute mark. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Masters, prepare to duel.
You got the
Double
Vault
A
and the
pip.
Raid Boss.
Duel.
Double A-Pip, double Mordar. A lot of Blood Imps.
Double Blood Imps. So it's the pressure A-Pip against the pressure Mortar. Maybe, let's see what comes out of... Maybe it's the big Minion Mortar. Looks like it so far with the saving up the mana and the stint. Yep,
Well,
there it is.
assuming he does what he's been doing all tournament, you can bet money
Fantastic black hole.
on it.
Good priestess
Floating mana.
combo.
Yeah. It's gonna save that blue golem, get it out there, and there's not much more that they can do other than throw that fireball, but they seem to be having concerns about the rest of the field as an Undying walks in to meet their Demon Warrior.
I have to fireball this.
The healing
black
fireball bring that blue golem back up.
Yeah. Not sure what they're doing with all the cards, throwing them at the blue golem here.
Seems to just be trying to stall him, but I feel like they might do better if they were just spread out a little more.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you're trying to stall him, you need to pull him back. Pull him away from your base.
And
Or
now
pull
we
him
have the
around in
problem.
front of your base.
Oh, very nice shock rock, preventing that blue golem from double rezzing on the bottom lane.
Perfect.
Unfortunately, they were too close together. Just ever so
Put him
slightly.
further back. But Demon Warrior coming out of Costa Rica and FDM. We've seen that from them before. It's at level 2 here. Against the big minion potential, like the potential big pushes of Rush second and Lunt here, I think it's gonna have a hard time. And I'm not sure they should be betting on it at all.
Fortunately, they sent the Musketeer top. Little
he could've
unclear
handled
why.
that Colossus. The Musketeer counters slow hitting units, but the blue golem, despite being big, still hits every 2 seconds.
They're starting to get quite a bit of damage in on red team just from this Xiaolong. They seem to be getting a little greedy with their spells.
They're down to 650 though.
Yeah, they're
Demon Warrior can't tank this.
no, but a shield totem can,
Yeah, Shield Totem can.
and that's going to waste the
That's right,
tombstones
for a
on
while,
cheap minions, so that they can't be used on that blue golem or that succubus. Another shield totem goes down as they beam the entire group. No answer for
that's
that beam.
value. Wow. So much value.
And the Xiaolong comes back yet again as a Colossus gets thrown down, and the board is clear as
Almost
Demon Warrior
at least.
is about to make her reappearance as a 4-stack. Musketeer going to answer this Colossus quite convincingly. There's that 4-stack Demon Warrior going top to answer the Blue Golem Priestess combo. Might need a little help,
They
though.
have to stun the Priestess though. Have
Yeah.
to shock rock. There you go. Have to do it again. You can't leave it.
And there's the Priestess dead. Demon Warrior goes down as the Blue Golem does as well. Nothing
and
getting
it-
rezzed as the pressure goes back to red side of the field for the first time all game.
They're hitting XP though.
They are indeed ahead of me in EXP. Fireball goes out, kills the Xiaolong,
Good
lowers
fireball.
the Succubus. Shock Rock gonna reset the tombstones as the 5th stack Demon Warrior drops down to dish out some damage. And stop
Now
the
the
push.
Demon Warrior is starting to get somewhere. And I think in this situation it shows that clearly it was a good choice to go for it. They don't have any other win conditions in their decks either, so they had to do it.
And there's
Even
the
if they
beam.
never lost at the beginning. They're
19
using
mana
the Snake
value.
Totem well. They're really using the Snake Totem well to avoid the Xiaolong damage and then just using the beam in the best way possible. This is the right way to adapt to your opponent's deck.
Right. And we're seeing it adapt live without any changes to the deck. Mid-game adaptation. And suddenly, we have minions hitting face of the red team. Not just pressure, we're hitting. 3 tombstones up, only stints at the front of the battlefield. Feels bad, man.
Transit Stint ain't gonna do much. Transit Stint, yeah, it's all over. And the Fireball to clear him up. They're
Here
really
comes
playing
the
well now.
pressure. We have the 5-minute mark mana, so we can start cycling really quickly for these shield totems.
For those who don't know, mana increases every minute up until the 5-minute mark, where players reach the maximum mana generation per second.
Right. And now we're going to start seeing that real pressure comes out as a full health 7-stack Demon Warrior walks over to the side of the red team. And a beam comes out, killing Priestess, Blue Golem,
Fantastic
and a
beam
Drone
again.
Walker. Massive
That beam
value.
is basically the door opener in this game.
It really is.
Clears everything, lets the Demon Warrior walk across the field. Fantastic.
And we're starting to see blue team's health go up as red team's goes down. Red team is going down so quickly to these Demon Warriors. They're starting to run out of answers for them. We haven't even seen a big minion like Blue Golem or Colossus in quite a while.
And at this point, a good push at the bottom, but the Fireball, the beam, is going to clean it up, hopefully.
We have another shield totem
Getting
coming
closer.
out. There's the Boomer. Here's a Colossus.
Great boomer.
Demon Warrior got distracted for a little while, but he needs distracted so much more. Unfortunately,
they have
everything
to-
was dropped too
Oh,
far
no.
ahead. She doesn't care anymore. She's going to hit the
She's
face.
just going to kill him.
She's had enough.
And the level 9 coming at the bottom tends to the Colossus.
Yeah, that's going to stall
trying
it
to
out
flip
as
with
level
the
8
stun
is going to finish it off here. Oh, not quite. Double Colossus
They
res.
survive, but they're going to take the
Fireball
shot
to the face.
Or the Fireball.
And that's going to clinch the
Well
victory.
played. They did get their head in the game. Very well played.
And there's the
Didn't
first
tilt
loss to the
when
Brush
they-
All tournament.
FGM and Cast not tilting when they lose the early game, and really riding the ship there, making sure that they can go for the win condition and that they can figure out how best to play the cards they have in hand.
And the beams were getting just so much value out of this. Upwards of 4 times mana cost. Well, let's see if Rush has the answer this time around at the 57-minute mark.
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
Let's do it.
Switching to Volko and Stormbringer. Is this the
Looks
Call to
like
Arms
the call to
switch?
arms. That's the masters they use for it, yeah?
It's the game plan.
But it looks like we stuck with the Demon Warrior over here for Kazlerico and FDM.
Mm-hmm. that wall plus the ghost turret really effective.
Yeah, 6
Doesn't
mana
take
combo
the
that'll
bridge,
counter
though.
just about everything. As a 4 warrior call to arms comes out without taking
44
shell
seconds.
damage.
That is that's a perfect setup.
Yeah,
And they're
unfortunately,
also
they're
ahead in
just
XP.
the warriors aren't getting quite far enough.
No, I wouldn't expect the warriors in the first push to do much. If the opponent hasn't pushed you all the way back in that situation, they have enough mana to counter it. What you get is you take the bridges, you put the pressure on them, you ask them to counter, and then you can efficiently counter whatever they use. And in
Right.
this situation, it puts them almost 20 XP ahead. Still with the top bridge, they take a
There
beam
goes
to
the
the
beam
face.
to take out that shrine.
Good answer. The beam, 6 mana, takes out a bridge shrine that's 3 mana, and 3 mana to deal 400 damage to the face. That's okay. Not great in a demon warrior deck, though, so you might want to consider not doing it in that situation.
Well,
But I
when you're
think they
faced
can spare
with
it.
an opponent that is playing Call to Arms and you have a second deck, that second deck has that beam, I think that's when it's worthwhile.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Now we have so many ghost turrets in play. If only we had a fireball to throw at them.
They could shock rock, but I think they're just gonna
There's the fireball.
a little late. But I mean, you have to cycle.
Cleared everything. And we don't have an ideal situation for a Call to Arms anymore. So it won the game. Well, not the game, but won the round.
The encounter. Not getting that far ahead in XP either. Rush and Lund. They would really like to be further ahead here.
4 warrior Call to Arms again.
4 warrior,
As level
That's
4
okay.
demon warrior comes out.
but they still have to use a ghost turret and a laser turret at the top to deal with the demon warrior. It's still 8 mana to deal with that.
It causes a 1 mana
And-
swing as double blood imps comes out to help tank these warriors. And another beam goes straight to the face, not hitting any buildings.
Wow, that's either. Well, I guess they have a lot of mana overflow.
I mean,
They feel.
he had a lot of 1 and 2 mana cards in his hand. Unfortunately, they can't quite keep all the buildings down, but it's starting to. They're starting to build up that pressure that it's starting to get hard to keep anything on the field. Demon Warrior's starting to get so tanky.
Yeah,
And there's a
taking 2
fireball.
ghost turrets. Fireball to clean 1, and the succubus.
Yep, very worthwhile.
Still 4
At least
warriors.
4 raged warriors at
Level
that.
3 timing though. Bottoms at the bottom. Don't
They're
deal
gonna-
any damage because you've got the snake totem. Good
Yeah.
setup.
And that's a fully cleaned up wave as level 6 Demon Warrior comes out with only a wall out. Laser turret coming out after that, but there's the beam.
Too close. Too close to each other.
Yep, ever so slightly too close. And now this level 6 Demon Warrior only has to face down. Oh, another wall. Never mind. Fireball gonna answer Ghost Turret and Bridge Shrine. Double Shao gonna punish for the Bridge Fire. As this level 6 Demon Warrior is still walking around. Level 7's not that far out. There it is. Pressure from the... Even from the snipers, like, everywhere is pressure. We're going to see these Plasma Marines clear up the other ones. And now we just have a rampaged whelp trying to do its best to clear up this level 7. As a laser turret's dropped
Fireball.
with it, double fireball comes out to answer both the whelp and the laser turret. And that's going to leave a level 7 Demon Warrior to have her way with pretty much the rest of the base.
Ghost turret gonna do some damage. Shock rocks are really doing work here.
Yeah. The Shock Rock's delaying everything. Here comes a 5 Warrior Call to Arms as the level 8 Demon Warrior comes down. And that is unfortunate. She goes for the wall instead of the warriors, so they get to at least do some damage here. The Annihilator and Ghost Turret get cleaned up by a Fireball, as the remainder of the push at top gets cleaned up by this sniper from bottom.
And now they don't have any buildings, so they can't pull the arms their way out of this one.
Yeah, and there's a beam to clean up the Ghost Turret, deal some more damage to Face as level 8 gets to the Face. She's going to get off at least a couple attacks. Fireball comes out, hits the Bridge Shrine. Oh, and there was a wall, unfortunately, on the bottom, which isn't going to help at all against this level 9 Demon Warrior.
The laser turret is going to take care of her, I think, if it doesn't die to everything else.
Unfortunately, they have so many spells, I can't believe that. All these walls up, we have an Illusory Cleaver taking a bridge, but that's not going to be enough. Blue hits Mana Frenzy before red does.
Yeah, that's where you call it quits.
And that's going to be a Fireball to clean up the rest of the stuff on the top side as a Demon Warrior finishes off the Face. And down goes Rush. He'll move on to the bronze match. He's not straight out of the tournament. So he at least still has a shot at third.
Well played by Kaz and FGM, definitely.
Yes. Making that Demon Warrior work and making me sound like I was telling the truth when I said she counters call to arms.
Okay, I'll just grab some water while you get ready.
All right.
5 seconds.
My caster has run away. How dare he? So we'll go ahead and we'll swap this over to here.
Okay, I'm ready.
Oh, you're ready now. I just got everything changed over.
I said 5 seconds.
All right, so our next matchup is our Shiro versus Gamer and Maniac.
Mm-hmm.
So our final match of the semifinals. How you feeling? Got a favorite?
I think both teams have been doing really well. Maniac and Gamer have been changing it up a bit, where Isotop and Shiro did a lot of different stuff, or did a lot of the same stuff, I feel. But then again, there's been a lot of matches, so knowing exactly what it is hard to say.
The problems of solo casting an
anyone's
entire
game
tournament.
I think it's anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, they're all really good players at this point. We're talking, most of them can get to the top 5 of the leaderboard every season if they really wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna see just what they can do when they're working together and against each other at the 54-minute mark.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Here we go.
I do think there's one thing that's in favor of Video Gamer and Pacomaniac. They are way more experienced. Isotop is a very good player, but he's bringing in a new guy to do this. And at this point, it's going to matter a lot that the things you do are on your backbone.
Right. And we're seeing early game advantage go to the red team here with a Bridge Shrine out. So really grab that EXP as a Cleavers drop top, take out that Undying Skeleton, and grab the bridge as a Mana Puff takes the bottom bridge.
These are some very different decks, right?
Yeah, I
see
don't
Mortar
think we've seen.
Stonebringer with the bridge shrines. I'm not sure what the Mortar game plan here is. Pressure and bridge shrines.
Yeah.
Full XP rush, I guess.
Another call to arms.
Call to arms. With Mortar, I guess the call to arms getting the double free warrior.
Yeah.
It's always been the obvious use, but we haven't seen it much here.
Yeah, I don't really like it. Just due to the fact of that seems
could
low
get so much
value
more
for the
value.
perks.
Well, theoretically, like APEP gets a 2-mana card from the first perk, right? So he gets
Yeah.
a 2-mana advantage every time. So if you can get a warrior out of that, great. But I do agree that there's a lot more potential in Mortar's 2 stones than 3 mana.
Right. But we saw it do quite a bit of damage there. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough as the level 3 Demon Warrior has already surfaced. A beam will come down to take out a laser turret, which seemed like a bit of a waste. As another call to arms comes out with 3 warriors.
Oh,
And a
3
wall
Demon
goes
Warrior,
out
though,
pretty
that's
early.
pretty quick. So they're taking the XP lead, Gamer and Maniac, very quickly. But with the Stormbringer and the Volco, they have the Volco to cycle the Demon Warrior and potentially to spam if they get both bridges. And they have the Stormbringer to keep control of the map.
Right.
I'm not sure how much the control Stormbringer is going to do against the pressure Mortar, because those are the ones going to clash. But it does look like they have control of the board with the 4 Demon Warrior already.
Yes. And they're starting to hit face. There's a cleaver on the face. Level 4 Demon Warrior just arrived at the face. It's going to try and quickly clear up this cleaver as the laser turret gets shock rocked. And level 5 Demon Warrior drops.
Wow. This is a quick Demon Warrior ramp up, and the XP advantage isn't going to matter as the 2 bridges are favoring the blue team, and the red team hasn't hit level 3 yet. They didn't hit their timing, and now they're under pressure, so this is going to be hard to get out.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Puffs are doing a lot of work for blue team here, which is what is allowing them to cycle these Demon Warriors so very quickly. I mean, level 5 Demon Warriors arriving at base as level 6 is crossing the bridge. And she's dealing so much damage here, 150 a swing. Not quite enough to finish, but the Elite Swarmer will.
Finish it. Wow.
And that's game.
That was quick.
Yeah, that was really quick for a Demon Warrior game.
Yeah, at Demon Warrior and Cold Arms game.
Yeah.
Like 2 late game strategies, and it ends just in the mid game.
Didn't
Let's
even
see if,
ramp it up to full speed.
Let's see if they change it up.
Yep. 1 minute mark.
Ready?
3, 2, 1. Bam.
It's Minion Masters.
And like always, Shiro has a new avatar. Man puts in a lot of work.
What do you mean? Oh, there it is. It's not new for me.
It's been a different avatar every time I've seen it.
Huh. Not for me. Well, Double Setsu. This is the Zeppelin deck, right?
Yeah, this
question
was the
is-
6 Zeppelins. Let's
is-
see if they can pull it off again.
Is Isotop and Emilia ready for it? They have the wall. They have the technology to defend. Wall, fireball. Video and Paco do run Black Hole, but if they have to use it to save their Zeppelins, they can't reset.
And they have plenty of anti-air between that Annihilator and Succubus. Even have Fireball.
Yeah,
I feel like this might have already been lost, as they're coming in now, but Succubus is already there. Wall is up. The Rampage is there, but it came a little too late. The Zeppelins had already delivered their payload. They'll clean up this wall, but the Succubus is going to clean up the rest of them.
And now the jig is up. What are they going to do?
The Guardian is sitting on face with an Annihilator shooting. The Guardian respawns, Fireball goes out, and that hits the face.
On the Imps. Wow. This is looking dire. Video game on Paco.
Unfortunately, these pocket strats, they only have the surprise factor. You get over that, and
try it again, but it gets black hole.
And Xiaolong is going to kill and punish for that blast entry. That's game. There's our other third place contestant.
That game ends with only 210 health lost for the blue team.
Yeah. That was a deck that went straight face.
Cheese, I guess. Yeah, even that.
Oh boy.
Exciting though.
Yes.
I loved it in the first round. This time it felt a little forced. But
the timing was really bad this time, and they're up against someone that can actually deal with it. Multiple answers. That's what having a versatile deck will do for you. So, next we're going to move down to our bronze match of Rush and Lunk against Gamer and Paco. If FFA wants to fix the bracket. 17-minute mark. Ready?
I am almost ready. If I could make this work.
So many restarts.
Yeah, I don't know why. Sometimes it responds and sometimes it doesn't. I'm ready.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Masters.
Bronze match hype. Winner of this at least gets at least gets one of the rewards from the tournament.
That is true.
So we should see mostly safe strategies used here to ensure that placement.
Yeah, this is not where you pull out the triple Zeppelin. Maybe if you're one game up in the first round, you can try and do it to rattle your opponent, but it's really risky.
I don't think we've seen this deck out of Rush yet. Apep Stormbringer?
No, it seems like a standard. Seems like a poor boy Stormbringer.
So they're whipping out a strategy that they've not had the whole game. Yeah, as the living statue goes down, we have a Bannerman here to do a lot of damage, but it might have all been dropped a little too early.
Great black hole though. Like, not only do they get a 2-mana advantage, Xiaolong also
Oh! A
The
second fireball and a second black hole. Spell interactions. Here's a beam!
Oh, the beam of doom.
So many spells on this one push.
And at the end of it, Rush and Lunt are a little ahead in XP, but behind in health.
Yeah.
They should have mana for another push, given the advantage they just got. But it's not. Double Prowler.
Looks like they hit. Yeah, the double Prowler is going to clean everything up as the Xiaolong is going to watch from above. Prowler's going to apply his 50 DPS to face as a Boomer goes down, expecting to get Shock Rocked. That's a little bit of a waste. As the Plasma Marines would have answered it anyway, there's the Fireball onto the Imps that gets answered with a Shield Totem. And here comes the Prowler with no Shield Totem to help. Living Statue gets dropped top to start the push. Bannerman dropped at the back of the base with the Plasma Marines, and they're going to get fireballed and easily cleaned up, and that may very well spell the end of this push. Oh, as a second Living Statue. And a second Bannerman.
Get ready for the fireballs and the black holes, I guess.
There's the beam.
Black hole
Oh my! That was a black hole and a beam that went out at the same time? Is that? No, a stun blast, my bad. Both getting punished by the Xiaolong. As we now have Plasma Marines behind this Living Statue that's at full health. Coming in. Prowler and... Oh, black hole slightly too late. So much damage just went back to Rush. That was a huge problem.
Yeah, Rush and Lund had a good push here. They had some potential, but now they've taken too much damage, and they're at risk of fireballs on imps killing them. So they have to save the snake totems for that, which means they can't save the snake totems for the Xiaolongs unless they're really careful about how they time it.
Yeah, and it's also so dangerous for them to play the Blood Imps now. Just immensely dangerous. 3 Xiaolongs fire at the face, dealing 750 damage, leaving Rush at 60 health. The next spell, which looks to be that fireball, is going to end it. There it is.
The snake totem.
Oh, but the shield totem just there in time. Here's all that damage from the push that they just ignored. Xiaolong doing extra punish here. We're down to 400 health. Everything is getting spammed here. Another shield totem comes out as a beam goes to the face. And Paco and Gamer are going to take that match off of Rush.
Intense.
Yeah.
Intense stuff. Really well played from both teams there. Super chaotic and hard to follow.
So much back and forth. And then we have just absolute intensity at the end.
The shield totems really make for some close plays. Saving yourself from that final fireball and setting up the Xiaolongs.
Yeah, and that was the absolute end. That shield totem would have gone down, and the push would have ended Gamer and Paco. And there was no shield totem to protect Rush and Long from that beam. That was just. I almost want to say that came down to master choice. So, bronze match. Second round. Second match. 26 minute mark, yeah?
I'm ready.
Alright. 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Masters of minions and minions of masters, prepare to duel.
Going back to the double mortar pressure. Volko KingPuff on the other side. See, this is what happened last time, right? I think I can't remember who it was, but someone was playing double APEP, and it saved them with the shield totems, and then they switched to Stormbringer and KingPuff, I think, and they died before level 3.
Ah, yes.
But in this case, it's Demon Warrior deck, though they are still playing God Imps. Maybe it'll work better for Gamer and Paco.
Yeah, if they can get a little further out there, it will spell the doom of red team here, as they just drop absolutely immense Demon Warriors while also being immune at the face.
But they need to be careful not to take too much damage before that happens.
Right.
Like taking showers and blood imps at the same time.
Fortunately, the priestess arriving just a little bit too late to save that blue golem. And now we have a nice and clean board as the second demon warrior gets dropped to answer this elite swarmer and priestess combo.
See, that's a really clever play as well. Placing the demon warrior on the other side of the elite swarmer makes sure that the priestess stops so she doesn't heal the elite swarmer. If you place the demon warrior in front of the elite swarmer, the priestess would have healed it and the demon warrior would have killed it. That's very well played.
Right. And that kind of positioning is what's going to win the game. Ultimately. We have an Undying reviving at the face. A Xiaolong Blast that's going to drop our blue team down to 2,000 health as a heal puff is going to bring them back over that halfway threshold. We're looking for our next demon warrior. And
Saving up the mana,
swarmers are going to eat the Undying, but still not applying any real board presence. As Succubus arrives at the face with Undying, unfortunately in the wrong order. Third Demon Warrior comes down as the Tombstone becomes active, rezzing the Undying, unfortunately, instead of the Golem. Now we have the Inspire really helping to keep control of these bridges.
Mm-hmm. They're down to 1,700 health though, so they still need to be careful. Maybe they need to stop playing Blood Imps.
They're only 20
unsure
seconds
why they
or
have-
20 EXP away from being immune to damage altogether.
Yeah, it's true.
Meanwhile, Rush and
That's
Locked
what they
are a long ways away. And this Colossus is going to provide some presence until this Demon Warrior gets in his face. Which, there she
There's
is.
plenty of
That's
health
3
for
whelps that
mana.
just got rezzed.
3
And-
ropes is good value here.
Yeah, good news is absolutely nothing.
The inspired, raged spirit throwers. That's
Yeah.
a good value too.
They deal so much damage. And now you had the rage, the immunity. Blue team's really going to take off now. And as soon as this Demon Warrior goes down that's on the field, we're going to see the next one drop down. And we're going to see the very slow demise of the red team.
Mm-hmm.
As the cycle from blue team's just going to get faster and faster as they feel that they can do more now that they don't have to worry about dying from blood imps as much.
Yeah, it's really hard for red team to break through. They need a really good value res and a push that pressures both lanes at the same time. They can't really get that as long as they're under pressure from the Demon Warrior. They don't have a very efficient counter to it.
Yeah, and even with the double Succubus res there, they weren't able to get back into this game. They cleared the board, but that's just not good enough.
Not at this point, no.
Double 6 Demon Warrior is going to come in. She's going to one-shot this Succubus. And the Death March starts. Xiaolong's going to blast the face, but it doesn't matter with this immunity shield.
Yeah. Game and Maniac might even reach Mana Frenzy before the other team reaches level 3.
Yeah. As level 6 starts hitting the face, level 7 is dropped. The double mortar is trying to clear up what's on that side of the field, but it's taking them a while. As level 7 crosses into the field, we see Mana Frenzy go off. And now we've got this Colossus that just gets absolutely murdered.
Look at him, he's so tiny.
Yeah, he's very tiny in comparison to these giant Demon Warriors. He's so cute. Spells flying out just
They're
to
just
prove the
throwing
point
out
that they
the
don't
spells.
care anymore, as level 7 Demon Warrior knocks Rush out of the tournament and gives Paco and Gamer the 3rd place finish. Leaving us with just the finals.
Mm-hmm. They got close. Very close. But I think they needed to have something that handled the Demon Warrior better in the second game. Maybe they expected their opponents to switch, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like I said, it's all about the safe, and it is Demon Warrior is safe, quite frankly.
Yeah.
So now we have these finals. First place winner taking home so many rubies. Second place, still so many rubies. Kazlerico FDM up against Izatop and Shiro for the finals.
Yeah.
19-minute mark?
So they're not the 19 minute mark. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
So we haven't seen Kaz and FDM changing up their decks a lot. What the hell? Did FDM just change his icon?
Oh, God. FDM, please.
They haven't changed their decks much. They've been running Demon Warrior. We'll see if Isotop has been able to handle. Isotop and Emiya have been able to handle that earlier. And this time they're running some kind of pressure, it seems. With Volko Stormbringer. Is this a Demon Warrior deck as well? Or is it
Yep.
Pressure Cold Arms?
Double
It's
Demon Warrior.
Double Demon Warrior.
It's safe,
We
right?
are seeing a lot of Demon Warrior this tournament.
Yeah, it's rather unfortunate.
Let's see who plays it best. So there's the difference of the double APEP, which is a little more they don't have that many blood imps, do they? I was about to say it was a little more all-in with the blood imps and then hoping on the stake totems and the heal puff. But
And you would think that they would be running something like triple blood imp or something. Well, maybe that's too many at that point.
I think so.
At that point, why aren't you running double Volko?
Yeah, just spam instead.
Right. The good news is they are running Musketeer, which seems to be their big card as opposed to the red team's Cleaver. Musketeer outright counters it, and for 2 mana less, while providing even more DPS. You have the level 3 Demon Warrior being dropped top as the laser turret goes down to counter it. Level 3 Demon Warrior goes bottom, meets up with the Boomer. We have Plasma Marines meeting up at the top lane. Xiaolong on one side, Mana Puff on the other.
Ton of blood imps at the bottom. Cleaver coming in, punish that. But they have the stake totem there.
Ever so
Shot
slightly
misses.
missed the shield totem, but got the Boomer. So we
The double
see
APEP.
they're about
playing
even
stick.
on EXP.
It's rather even, and even if you look at the health and say it's in favor of Isotops, it feels like Cass and FDM are running a deck that's more suited to taking damage early. Easy
Alright.
Top and Mia are running the heal puff, but they don't have the snake turtle to save themselves.
Right. So any big hit, it's really going to be punishing, especially later in the game, when the Demon Warriors start cracking for absolutely immense amounts of damage.
Yeah. The heal puff is mostly effective to regain the health you lose early and mid game. Late game, there's too much stuff going on the bridges that you can really get value out of them, unless you're already ahead. But the Demon Warriors, even in levels,
Yeah, they're keeping up. There's a beam to make short work of this Demon Warrior, though.
that might push it onto red side.
Oh,
The cleaver.
Xiaolong's to
That was
punish.
an illusory cleaver. Yeah, they're ahead in XP though, red team. Oh, they take the Annihilator hit, Blood Imps.
Yeah, it did quite a bit there, so they lost their advantage with that play, and Cleaver's gonna clean up Prowler up top, especially with that bridge
Oh,
fire.
yeah, they can always just musketeer that guy.
Yeah, that's the good news. Musketeer will still clean up the Cleaver. Bad news is we're about to have Rage here in a moment, and Red Team's just going to start dominating Blue Team's Demon Warrior.
Yeah, the level 3 APEP with a 4-mana free card is really good. It's also random. Whereas the Bulko double damage on the Demon Warrior, as we've mentioned earlier in the tournament, just does so much work when you're in a Demon Warrior mirror matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Not if you can't get to the Ghost Turret though.
We have a lot of pressure coming to face, but now we have a raged Demon Warrior on the
There
top.
it is. 7 versus 7, and one of them just clearly favored.
Yep. And we even still have that laser turret on the red side to help keep the pressure high with the extended range from Stormbringer.
He just kills any puff that walks onto the bridge.
Rampage. No,
Guarantees.
not Rampage Cleaver. Rampage Illusory Cleaver. Level 8 Demon Warrior is going to answer the level 7, but not before taking a hit. We have the
Good
3
hit
mana,
of that.
4 manas in play now. Cycling's trying to keep control of these bridges, but the game's just starting to really rotate in Red's favor now.
Wow.
That the rage is kicked
King
in.
of Doom on the laser turret.
That almost
That's
seemed
throwing mana away at this point. Which it really can't afford when they're on the back foot like this.
right.
They got drone buzzers, which is... It's okay, but with Stormbringer shooting across the map and Bulko spamming firebolts, it's not that great.
Yeah, unfortunately, the free cards weren't the best options this game. Disruptor Puffs, Boomer, Drone Buzzers,
Good snake
and
turtle,
an Undying.
avoiding the damage there.
So,
Undying could provide some pressure, but again, the others have the cleaver, so the Undying is just gonna die there.
yeah. At this point, Blue's just struggling to get onto the bridge while Red is just getting closer and closer to that mana frenzy. A beam drops onto the laser turret to protect that Demon Warrior that only has a couple hundred health left.
Yeah, she's gonna die still. And they haven't handled the one at the bottom.
Yeah. She's going to meet a level 11 Demon Warrior, but with the Rage, she's still stronger.
Yeah.
The good news is you have the
Taking a lot of
support of the
damage from
Masters.
But the level 11 with the rage is just gonna coming in now. And they
Yep.
use the snake turtle.
There's the Mana Frenzy from Red. We're going to see a lot of spam come in as soon as the bridges are taken. Right like that.
Here it comes.
Now it's rather difficult for them to place down the shield totem with shock rocks being able to be rotated out so quickly. Or just straight spam to bring down the shield totem.
Yeah, black hole all the targets, then kill the snake turtle. And there you go.
And that's the first match.
It's
It was the way of Shiro.
so it does look like Kaz and FDM have to pull something out of the hat here.
They need to find some way to overcome this Demon Warrior.
I'm not sure the double snake, double APEP Demon Warrior is that great.
I feel like if you're going to run Demon Warrior in 2s, you almost have to bring Volko as one of the masters.
Yeah, it's the natural synergy and the end game finisher.
Right.
Okay, I'm ready.
Alright, so we have game 2, 24-minute mark. 3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, so we should mention that the finals are best of 5s. So each team has to win a total of 3 matches before being able to claim the final prize. It's now 1-0.
Right.
And FDM has changed his his icon to a sad frog.
Great! He's doing the Shiro strat, who also changed his avatar.
Troubadour.
Troubadour! He's in the finals. We haven't seen him in so long. Sorry, I got excited.
And real clear. Now the question is, they have a lot of laser turrets though. We saw that in the previous match as well. They had the laser turret. They didn't have the wall before, did they? I guess they switched that in, anticipating a switch from Kaz and FDM.
Yeah, I mean, they lost that fight, but they still needed to be prepared for, in case they ran the Demon Warrior again, which they clearly didn't this time, and now the pressure is on Shiro here to come up with a solution, as this Troubadour gets to face with still so much health to go, as a second Troubadour gets played. And
it still has support alive.
yeah, it still has support alive.
damage.
Blood Imps coming in top, Troubadour coming in
2,000
bottom.
damage. Wow, a bottoms and another Troubadour.
And there's a fireball to clear
This
up.
is shaping up to be a quick match.
Yeah. Down to
Laser turret
1,300
on top,
health.
though.
There's a wall. Laser turret's going to help out. Here's a beam, though.
That should finish the push. Oh, the beam. What a play.
And that wall's going to decay
And-
on its own as Troubadour walks to face for another 250. 665. If he can get one
He's
more
gonna
hit
get it
in, beam
Oop, and
is
the
going to
beam.
finish it. What a
There
quick
we
match! Where's your Demon Warrior now?
It is the right way to respond to it. If you go for face, they can't really do much.
The crowd
Let's
seems
see
happy
what
about that
FDM
one.
Let's see what FDM puts in his icon now. Maybe a happy frog.
Alright, so 31-minute mark. 1-1. Ready?
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. Boom!
Masters of minions and minions of masters. Prepare to do
Oh boy. God, we're just having avatar
the
wars at
Rambo
this
chicken.
point.
Are they gonna go face with the Rambo chicken? Well, Isotop and Shiro changed their deck now though. So
Yeah.
everything's up in the air. Let's see if Kaz and FDM went back to the Demon Warrior. I kinda suspect it.
Troubadour!
No, it's the Troubadour.
It worked. May as well do it again, yeah. Lots of support coming behind this Troubadour as the Succubus goes top. This is a real cleaver. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to do enough, especially if a beam comes down on top of him.
A little late on the black hole.
Yeah,
Still a cleaver alive. Can they time the healing fireball? Oh, wow. That was
Cleaver
a tight
did
time.
not get an attack off.
Uh,
There's a beam from the other way. Cleaver still manages to hit face. Troubadour completely untouched by it. That's going to be 250 to the face. As Prowler walks in behind to apply his 50 DPS. Clean. Oh, that's a Guardian. Shock Rock, though. Another 250 to the face. A beam.
Beam to the face.
There's the leap. Guardian goes down very quickly.
Well, it's taking double damage from the Master and itself.
Well, there was another one that rezzed at the top that died just as fast.
Yeah, it's because the first Guardian is taking 800 damage from the beam. The Masters are taking 400. The one that rezzes takes the Master damage as soon as the first one dies.
Mm-hmm.
So one beam clearing 2 Guardians there, almost.
And now we have the next Troubadour walking in.
They're
Red
really
team
putting
still
on
looking
pressure
strong.
here. Level 2. Not hitting the greatest timings though.
There's a beam.
The extra range is nice.
Kills the wall, kills the Prowler.
Later on the black hole. You gotta get on top of those black holes. But then again, they're using buildings, so the black hole won't save those.
Yeah. Oh, the Tombstone will distract the Troubadour as a healing fireball comes out to keep it alive for just long enough.
Take big damage.
And that's a Stent revive instead of a Cleaver revive. That's not going to be the most help as a Guardian comes in to help protect this Cleaver. Now we have the makings of what could be a strong push until a beam happens with a slightly too slow black hole.
Those black holes, not on top of them.
And there's the next Troubadour. All these blood imps.
And they're not healing. They could fireball.
They shock rocked.
They don't really feel
Here's
like
the
doing
fireball. There's the damage. Healing fireball comes out to save the Cleaver.
anything. Tight timing.
And now
This is an okay push, though.
we finally found the face of Red
Snake
Team.
totem. Yeah, but they do have the snake totem.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. And
then
now
they
the
counter push.
here comes the counter push. Good news is there is not a Troubadour. Bad news
Yeah,
is it's still a lot.
It's small trash though, so with the double mortar, it's fine.
And there's the beam
But
to
they
the
do
face.
answer it. I'm not sure you want to answer it on the bridges there.
And
You kind of need the mana advantage.
oh, Shock Rock's slightly too slow to prevent that Cleaver revive. And now we have a Prowler that's just going to get mauled as a Guardian protects the
Guardian.
Cleaver. We're going to see a beam take out both Tombstones and deal another
Great
400
beam.
damage to face. The next beam will end it. They've got to do a lot of damage here. Troubadour's going to buy so much time.
Iso and Emiya need to have the Guardian in hand for the next beam.
Yes.
Otherwise, they're just going to die. Let's see if they can manage to cycle it.
There's the shield totem. Here's the beam.
And
No Guardian. How unfortunate.
Good game.
So that's a second game to Kazlerico and FDM.
So the Troubadour surprise factor takes 2 games. Let's see if Iso and Shiro finally decide to shake it up properly.
Find a slightly better answer. That would be the 37-minute mark.
Yes.
3, 2, 1. There we go. Why am I in this game?
And you? It's the guy from Mr. Robot.
Alright, so if Kazlerico and FDM manage to take this game, they take home the finals. If
That is true.
if Izatop and Shiro win, they've got one more match to go. And we see the Troubadour yet again. It looks like we have a lot of faith in it.
With
Double black hole to counter a fireball.
yeah, see now Cass and FDM have stopped communicating again. As soon as they start winning, they start playing badly. They need to get their heads in the game for that.
There's a beam and answers that ATG.
That's okay, but not great.
Heal.
Good healing fireball.
Oh, Prowler. He hit face there, didn't he?
Yes, he does that. He jumps and then he finds a new target again.
There's another beam.
Good beam, but the cleaver gets rest, although it's too far away.
Yeah, we still have this 100 DPS hitting face. Oh, the black hole, not quite the correct position there to prevent the Annihilator. We have the cleaver being rezzed again here.
And the Bloodham's at the top though.
They're just going. Yeah, Mordor's going to clean up all that fairly quickly. The next stomp will do that. As Cleaver. Oh, the Cleaver finally dies and stays dead, but Prowler is hitting the face now. Fireball comes out, kills those imps.
Great fireball.
Now we have our. We have a lot of spells in hand.
Yeah, clean board. Blue team felt like they managed to push the pressure onto to red there. They have a lot of mana right now. They're actually flooding. There's Prowler though.
Yeah, the good news is that healing fireball is going to be a little too late.
That's
that ATG is going to do some work there. We have both tombstones up. Third tombstone though.
It's a good tombstone when the cleaver dies. The black hole.
There's Guardian.
From blue. Guardian to resurrect the Guardian 3 times.
That could be a 4 revive, depending on what dies here. Oh, it looks like they want that cleaver. There's 4 cleavers.
4 cleavers. That's a setup.
That's abusing some targeting mechanics there. And that's a healing fireball to bring them all back up.
3 cleavers, and they're just...
Everything is here at face. That's gonna be the game. So many cleavers.
So many cleavers hitting face.
And that's gonna turn the game around. You're all welcome that I showed up to give them 4 cleavers.
That was a really good setup, though. Great black hole on the Guardian and stuff like that.
Yeah,
it's
just to make sure
as well.
And that gives us a whole 2-2 for the finals. Absolute hype as we go to game 5.
I'm ready.
52-minute. 3, 2, 1, go! Winner here takes it all.
Iso still staying with the double mortar. FDM switching to the Setsu. More face.
Gives the ability to clear out them totems a bit better. Or, I'm sorry, tombstones.
Yeah. I still think when they played earlier in the tournament and used the stuns to reset the tombstones at the right times, that was really perfect. Because at that point, Mortar doesn't have any control over his own abilities. That's,
right.
That's really powerful.
And the problem with last game was those cleavers just kept coming back.
Yeah.
And that black hole was a little too slow to save that cleaver there. Good news is we have ATG up to clear out everything that's supporting that Troubadour, but the bad news is here's Setsu.
I'm really not sure about the ATG in this deck.
The good news is that it will clear everything out around that Troubadour, and I think that's the main reason that they're using it.
Yeah.
Especially since they're not using their Dragon Pack that they were using earlier in the tournament. And we see it, you know, contributing its thing and doing, cleaning up that cleaver. And now it's gonna deal some damage to this Musketeer and face. Ooh. Prowler's gonna come in and clean up all that. Oh, so Cleaver drops. We might be able to get this Cleaver to respawn. Unless the DPS gets too high. Shock Rock will reset that Tombstone, preventing that Cleaver. Here's Setsu to clean up the Prowler. Oh, not quite enough, though.
She doesn't have enough damage, I
Eh,
guess.
they needed a little bit more damage from the Marines. 4 Tombstones on the board. Here comes double Annihilator.
Not really the value you want at this point, though. I guess Annihilator against the Troubadour is good.
Yeah, it'll clean up everything around them. Here's a Guardian.
Imagine if it had been 2 Cleavers, they would just kill the Troubadour and then kill the other stuff.
There's another Annihilator. It's almost like rezzing just about anything at this point is just worth it.
Mm-hmm. Keep the cycle going, never spawn anything that's too low mana value, except stints, I guess.
Yeah. Stints just seem to be there for the cycle.
Yeah, they have a really good cycle here. They place down the Tombstones when they only have a Cleaver, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
They get the Cleaver, they res it once more, and then they cycle with the stints, and repeat.
Yep. Here's Cleaver back. Unfortunately, that's a Musketeer.
Oh, Dragon Pack.
Yeah, the Dragon Pack is here now.
Good counter against the H&G.
Against most of the cards, really, but they are running both Fireball and Beam of Doom. And Annihilator.
Annihilator. Bam.
That one shot was enough. Here we are going back to the face. Everything seems to be on Red's side of the field right now, as a Shock Rock will answer both Tombstones and the Boomer will answer both Minions.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have a Guardian.
And looking at the XP, it's a clear advantage in favor of the...
Oh no!
Way ahead.
Okay. They played that illusory and I was a little worried there, but that's a beam, that's a black hole. Setsu's gonna clear up the Tombstones. As another beam comes down, clearing up all of Blue's push.
Beam, though.
Prowler's gonna kill the Cleaver with the help of Guardian. Unfortunately, they don't have any answer for this Whelp. Until now. Another Guardian comes up. Healing Fireball going out for the ATG. Prowler jumping around. Setsu's back.
That Guardian is frenzied, but still deals no damage.
Oh, come on, it's like 60. Another Guardian comes down with a Stent. Frenzied Stent going top, better watch out.
The value is kind of starting to trail off here.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not getting the reses they want. Troubadour comes out.
Cast and FDM are going to hit their level 3. That might, I mean, with the Setsu, if they can get Setsu on the field without her just killing Tombstones,
yeah,
she's going to give a lot of
that
value
piercing
to
shot's going to be so good for bringing down this
she
Guardian.
lands in the middle here and stuns everything.
Oh, but she gets
she
immediately
lands on
answered
top
by
of
the
the
Cleaver.
Cleaver.
Troubadour's
was
walking
bad
in on
placement.
top, though, while all this is happening. As
Yeah,
a
but
beam
he's not
comes
gonna be
down.
enough.
Oh, the shield totem gets shocked. Troubadour's being stalled up pretty well up top using tombstones. But now we have this push coming back from Red we could be seeing something absolutely massive here if we can just get these Mordars to stop spinning.
Yeah, the problem is kind of that the mortar is going now. So anything that walks in... Oh, Setsu comes and stops it. Too late, though.
Yeah,
Yes,
unfortunately,
Dragon Tank
Cleaver's
might do
pretty good.
something, but- Good black hole.
Black
That's where
Hole
the
by
thing-
time, but the Annihilator will answer that.
Yeah.
The tombstones were stalled, which, with Guardian dying and Cleaver on the face, might not have been the best answer.
And there's the
Because there's the double frenzied
double.
Cleavers coming in. They're going to make rather short work of just about everything as a Healing Fireball comes in to help them stay alive and kill that Setsu. Shock Rock goes out to the Shield Totem. We have 3 Cleavers hitting face now with Frenzy. Everything's coming in, and the Drone Walker is going to fire the finishing shot, handing the finals over to Izatop and Shiro.
Well played.
Yeah. Cleavers and Tombstones.